Yeah, good hello. Welcome to the Cascade Arc 4, Part 16. It is the 29th of March, 2025. I'm Viktor, the GM, and here are the players.
Hey, I'm Sean, and I'm continuing to play Falkwin, who's the mystical speaker who keeps a magic ally, and has no fucking clue what's going on.
Hi, I'm Kalli, and I play Ignysera, who is a dragonfolk warrior who bears a halo of fire.
Hi, I'm Chris. I'm playing Nori Nediam, a half-elven explorer who likes to infiltrate. I got it. I'm just thinking about what's about to come next. That's all.
Good evening. My name is Alexander, and tonight we can be playing Lockheart Dourf, who's an empathic speaker, exactly the sort of person you want interpreting the law, particularly to our favour when we're in trouble.
Or as what often happens, you're just deciding, well, we did break those laws, but we don't like those laws, so if you could just change them, we didn't break any laws. Yeah.
I recognise the council's made this decision, but given it's a stupid decision, I've elected to ignore it.
I mean, that does seem to be the defence you're going with.
Pretty much, yeah.
Yep, that's fine. We got some armour.
Yeah,
My armour's ready.
That's probably something else worth noting is you were stripped of like weaponry and things.
That's true.
We
don't have our stuff.
Well, speaking of what happened last time, let's recap on what happened last time. Who remembers that?
Well, I saw as far as Ignysera getting a nice heart-to-heart chat with her uncle, and then the group talking to Dwarf Queen Lady, who begins with an M.
Margot.
Margot, thank you. Yes, I was going to say Magnus for some reason, but it's like no, that's a guy's name. But for some reason, I had Agnes in my head. Like,
Agnes is a good dwarf name.
Yeah. Anyway, Margot. I nearly said Magnus again. And for the entirety of that conversation, I was listening to it back. I was just thinking, damn, they need their Margot Whisperer. They need their Falkwin for this. Mm-hmm. I felt my presence, the lack of my presence. Yeah.
You felt your presence was sorely missed. Yes.
But they seemed to get there in the end.
Mm-hmm.
And then I don't know where they got.
Who does know?
Well, we went for a break, and then it got kind of silly after that.
I mean, how so?
How so? Well, we came back from a meeting between Margot and Tyrell.
Quilburn.
Can't remember the uncle's name.
Quilburn. Yep.
Quilburn. And we were escorted to a meeting room, shall we say, where we were put under, I'm going to say, close guard, stripped of all our weapons, all our armors. I'm skipping away a lot here, but this just seems to be the where we want to get to anyway. And we had a visitor. The visitor being Modestolara. I cannot say that name. Who came to make inquiries as to what we'd been up to. Obviously, we haven't mentioned Colburn or Margot. All those things are still locked away in our minds. She doesn't know that yet, that we've had meetings with them, but Lockheart had a conversation with her, and she broke the news of why she hates the Fae too strong a word?
I think
no, I don't think so.
The way she puts it across, it seems like she hates them, right? But as you learned kind of her reasonings, you didn't necessarily seem like it was justified. You didn't kind of support her feelings necessarily.
I mean that's hard to believe. Like even coming from me, the Modestolara hates her because like she was there for the war, right? And they were vicious, evil cunts, right? What am I missing?
Yes, what's he missing, gang?
Well, you know my backstory. That somebody somewhere along the lines that we think may be of an elven personage killed my parents. Well, it seems like Modestalara's parents were killed by the Fae in front of her.
Mhm.
So her hatred has grown from then.
And that's not
Mhm.
that the Fae seemingly made her parents dead the whole time. That's that they were killed in front of her and she remembers them being killed. Rather than they were dead the whole time. Right?
So two ways of reading that then, I guess. One is that it wasn't the Fae, and another is that the Fae were being particularly cruel.
Mm. Hard to say.
That never came into the conversation.
No?
Nope.
because then Nori took over. And Nori got kind of upset that, as we believe that it is an elf that killed my parents, should I now hate all elves? Should I now be hunting them all down and destroying them for killing my parents in front of me? Oh, I'm going to forget the word again. I did point out, however, that my father was
A Barlen.
a Barlen. And then the episode ended with her saying that all Barlen had given away their rights to live on this world. More or less.
It's a very elven thing to say.
Yeah, effectively, the gist of... I don't remember the exact words she said, because I never wrote them down, like the GM I am. But it was very much a case of her saying, what right did the Barlen have, considering they bargained away their souls, right? I think it's...
Wrote it down.
Yeah.
Barlen are those that have sold their right to have an opinion on this world.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I knew it was like heavy.
Yes.
Also, happy haircut, Alexander.
Yeah.
Or have you just adjusted your stat bar and moved more into the beard?
Yeah. It must have been just after our last session, because for me it's been a while.
And it was 2 weeks ago.
2 weeks
so
ago.
yeah. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. But yes, Lockhart had some very... Alexander more than Lockhart probably had some very poignant thoughts on Modestalara, I think, if you want to share any.
Well, we invented a new word, which is the most important word,
You did.
of cascosity,
Mm-hmm.
which is slightly difficult to pin down its exact meaning, but it's somewhere between like humanity and like... But obviously that doesn't quite apply because it's like personality and self-ship. Something like that.
Yeah, like instead of saying, you lack humanity to consider this, whatever, because that doesn't really apply to an elf that isn't a human, right? The cascosity is what we decided was the translation for that. But yes, want to share some of your thoughts on how underwhelming, I guess, you were to her plight.
Yeah, I guess probably in a similar vein to Nori, the fact that and making it, I guess, a bit more on the people, particularly coming up through the law that people are awful to people, and yeah, the fact that the Fae killed her parents, and yes, they didn't need to do it in such a cruel way. Like, they could have done it in they never had parents, or whatever. They did it intentionally to hurt them. It's like, yeah, that doesn't make them different. That almost makes them more like us. That they can be vicious, and just because they are perhaps on a different level, I think it highlighted perhaps her feeling of putting the Fae in a very specific box and not willing to have conversation about them not being in that box. And part of what our defense is that, well, the Iron Laws are based on a certain understanding of the Fae, very much of your box, and we kind of can prove that that's not the case with Pyro. So Like, yeah. And also, it's like, you fought the Fate, and you probably couldn't have done so without Cairo.
I think that's something that the council kind of, did resonate with, because when you said that to Quilburn and Margot, it was kind of a big deal. Like, okay, it's an interesting claim. Obviously, there was some skepticism and such, but explaining how the steps that Cairo was willing to take to turn against his kind or himself, hard to say. But Cairo wasn't brought up in conversation with Modesta Lara. It was primarily about her feelings on the Fae. It mostly focused on, and then at the end, her feelings on the Borlen, because that was brought up when Nori was effectively having a go at Modesta Lara for being like, I also lost my parents, and I'm not trying to genocide of people. Like, so
her visit really was can be summed up as, why didn't you people consider the effect that your actions would have on me before you decided to do all this?
Now, in fairness to Modesta Lara, and that's not something we're going to say lightly, they did have a slightly different view than what I think we were expecting, that they weren't necessarily like, we have to kill Cairo. They did more beyond the sort of like, they need to leave. That was the implication I was getting anyway.
No, she was very clear on that. She was like, I don't need them to die for them to not be here. They don't belong here. If they are in fact as peaceful and none of a threat as you're claiming, they can go away. They're allowed to leave. They don't, if they stay here, that's the problem we have. Because that represents a threat to Modesta Lara. So, while she has hatred of what happened, she grew up during a war. She is not genociding them, right? Like, it's not, oh, he's the last of his kind, let's get rid of all of them. It's more a case of, he can just go away, back to where they came from. Like, he doesn't need to stay here. That was definitely a thing that's probably really important to bring up in terms of her motivations as well. Something else that came up as well was her experiences were that obviously she was a young child going into the Fey War, and she doesn't know how long the war lasted, which is quite important to take in, because none of you know how long the war lasted. You just know it started and it ended from the history books. No books say how long the war was. There's guesses, but none of them are the same as someone else's guesses based on different information. Modesta Lara left the war being much older and a queen of her people. So that was quite a life she lived entirely during the war. And as you have kind of gathered, she hasn't necessarily fully left that part of her. So yeah, Sean, any questions?
I think that about does it. I was very briefly trying to make a meme there. I probably should. Oh, I know. So that's the dog.
No worries. Go grab your food. Yeah. I would say if we left any other details out, but I feel like if we had...
we have.
It's probably Sean that should hear them.
Yeah. I just moved so quickly along to Modesta Lara.
It made sense. It was the stuff that would be pertinent to Sean's vendetta against her. Which I'll say before he encounters it.
Yes, we nominally have Quilburn and Margot on site. Like, they're open to to our suggestions.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think the meetings went as well as you could probably have expected them to go, to be honest, right? Like, there's very little... It's not like they were going to say, oh, this is great, bring in our new friend, let's make a 6th seat. You know what I mean?
But there's an idea.
It's definitely an idea.
We don't even need a blade. If the first blade isn't actually a blade.
Oh, dear.
Imagine what Modesta Lara would say.
Imagine what Brandon L would say.
is it predators that hands? Yeah, fine.
It's the I'll wait for Sean to come back for that, but yeah, there was another detail that we should probably tell him, that Myr'ra got alone initially and then shared it with the group. Welcome back.
Oh,
yes. Do you wanna,
Yeah.
do you remember?
The moment for it has already passed, but it was when you were saying Modesta Lara's thing was basically just go back where you came from. All I could think of was Mike Wazowski saying put that day back
Yeah.
where you came from, so help me.
Just with Michelle Yeoh's face superimposed over it. Yes. I mean, that's basically what her entire viewpoint is. Like, she doesn't seem like she wouldn't gain anything from it dying. Basically, I think that was important to know about her personality. Was it's not that she needs it to die. Whereas, yeah, did you remember the detail I was talking about, Alexander?
no, I think I was thinking of a different thing.
What were you thinking of?
I was thinking of Gamble being killed, but that was the episode before.
Gamble, and yes, I believe Sean was here for that because both Myr'ra and Falkwin got those messages about Gamble being killed, and obviously replaced by Gina Torres' part in this story, who I can't remember what her name is. Viestra something?
Viestra Amrith.
Yeah, Viestra Amrith, the new Grand Master Wizard. So, yes. No, the detail I just remembered that came to me there was that Myr'ra noticed that Chiral is the double of someone in this.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Brananel.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you got that part. It's good. It's good. I just want to make sure that was also like listed. And Myr'ra and also Hannah didn't really know what to do with that information. It's like, I'll just file that away in this colour of pen. So yeah.
I know what I think we should do with that information.
Yeah, what's that?
I think we should get on the phone to a certain island dwelling wizard.
What a nice name for his album, right? Island Dwelling Wizard. It's much better than, the evil hand, the bad guy. But yes, Hannah's most predominant thoughts were, in my absence, feel free to use the ring if you need to, but also consider it the nuclear option. Because she wants to remind the gang many, many, many times that Brananel's plan didn't seem to factor in collateral that wasn't him bringing his people back. Which does mean it could make a lot of things worse for a lot of people. Yeah.
Can we get a meme of a red button, please?
Yeah, it's just like the two buttons. Call Brananel or call him twice. But yes. So yeah, I think... Does anybody here have anything they had wanted to say in the wake of Modesta Lara's comment about the Barlen, or do we think these are just having that it's been a couple of hours since she has left the room? What would you prefer? I have no preference. But it's maybe a good thing to have had her have wandered off by this point. Unless she's really wanted to continue that conversation with her, which I'm also here for. Because I think, like, from my point of view...
If she stays in the room, we're not going to like how this ends. Can you please finish last week's conversation with, on that note, she storms out the door. If you say that, I'm happy. If you don't say that...
The choice is the players, not the characters. It's the players. Do the players have more they want to talk to her about specifically? It could be unrelated to her comments about the Barlen. It's just... I feel like Nori got his point across quite well, which is get over it, was the gist of it. Right? Like, realistically, it's like, yeah, sad story, however. We all have sad stories. You're not special. Although she probably does think she's fairly special. She was kind of raised to think she was special.
Who died and made you queen of... Oh, maybe we shouldn't ask that.
That would have been a great session
title. Does that
title.
mean I'm king?
Last week's session title would have been so good for that. Who died and made you queen? Oh. Well, what's the vote? So, Chris, would you like her to be in the room or have been gone for like an hour or whatever? What would you prefer?
I've built this up to slap her. So, no, she's got to leave the room.
Okay. Alexander, your thoughts?
I'm happy for her to have left the room.
Kelly?
I'm not really, I'm not.
I'm fine with her leaving the room. Like if Nori was going to do something, Ignysera was going to do something else. So if you do it.
And Falkwin?
Falkwin doesn't like Modesta, but from what I've heard about what she's been saying, he's probably grudgingly, maybe not agreeing with her, but grudgingly seeing where she's coming from.
Yeah, like softening up on your harsh stance against her, right? Like not necessarily moved camp, but definitely maybe, yeah.
Like updating his profile over.
Mm-hmm.
He's not generally in favour of picking fights with queens of countries, though.
Goddesses.
Happy to move past this. Falkland wouldn't be helping Nori out unless Nori actually got us like in a fight we couldn't say no to. Like Falkland would probably want to avoid the fight, if possible, and maybe hold Nori back if it came to that.
That makes sense, right? And also, all of you, if not having seen her handle the Ferren in the corridor that she basically like burnt through with a wave of her hand. And I know that Kalli's character Ignysera wasn't there for that, but like the rumours of if she went toe to toe with one of the devils, we don't know necessarily who'd walk away, and that's the rumour of her, because of her, power scaling. Like they generally consider her to be one of the strongest weapons they've got against the other continent, even if she's barely on this continent as it is, quite frankly. But even that adds to why she's such a resource, because she has like another place to go to if things go badly on this continent. So
maybe we can send Kyril there.
Can you imagine? It's like, now we know you didn't like the Fae, and we know you have trauma from the Fae War, but how about you put Kyril up in your city? Like, why don't you go live in Mirage with all the gold leaf elves?
No, I think Kyril just goes to like Tabarinth.
Right, okay. Just over the other continent, chills out with some cat people.
Yeah. I promise you, they are not on the continent.
Yeah, because it's hard to say if Modest Lara would disagree with like Kyril being exiled to the other continent, right? Like, if he went to Felix, would she give a fuck? Do you know what I mean? It's hard to say. But yeah, okay. Modest Lara has probably left that room on the note of, what right did the Barlin have when they've given up, who they are, effectively. Off she leaves, just saying that she has other counsellor duties, she says very poignantly to Lockhart, to attend to before the trial begins. And she suggests that you all temper yourselves appropriately. Which is her last...
Nori.
It's just her last way of being slightly condescending, right? Because she wants to leave being like the last person to have spoke, and then off she goes. So yeah, there's probably like a heavy silence when she leaves.
Something clever to say. Think of something clever to say before she leaves.
Master your four tempers.
Very different. Yeah, very different approaches for the poor blind queen that she is. But yes. So yeah, what are the party doing now that you've got some, alone time, I guess, as a group together, having spoke to one of the councillors, one of the top elves of the world, in fact.
Pacing angrily.
Do I still have Aluben's bracelet?
Yeah, so I said like certain things weren't taken. The main important things that were taken were obviously weaponry, items that are in fact weaponry that give off magical auras, and also the things that were kept primarily were your bracer and Thingy's ring, because for some reason they just overlook that ring. But your sending rings and stuff were taken. No, you didn't have one, but like the others did.
This feels like a good opportunity to ask Aluben what she knows about Modesta.
You want her out in the room for that, or do you want to have that in your head? It's like that one-sided conversation with her.
Let's have this be a bit one-sided.
Okay.
So Alu, you would have known her, right?
If by her you mean the Goldleaf Queen, yes. All Goldleaf elves are quite familiar with their queen.
My condolences.
She laughs at that, and like you can tell it's one of those, probably shouldn't be laughing at this, but maybe caught her off guard a little. She goes, I'm afraid her mannerisms and behaviours may be quite foreign to someone of your lifespan. She grew up in a very different time, it seems.
Yeah, sure. I definitely don't know what it's like to be 900. That's a lot of years. Yeah.
As she stated, the war ended 900 years ago, but she grew up within it. We do not know what age she truly is. That is also, just for Sean's benefit, that is something she did seem quite sad about, is the fact that she doesn't know what age she is. She also mentioned, like, she's still here, so she feels like she should still be here. She hasn't died yet. So, that's why she's still around. She doesn't know how many years the Fae stole from her. That was something she said that made her quite... sympathetic's too strong a word given her the way she ended it, but yeah, it probably did
That's not going to work with us.
Not with Nori. But yeah, it is just, these are things that she did say. She did seem quite sad about the fact that she doesn't know how old she is, and she doesn't know why she's still here either. But while she is, she'll be the queen that she needs to be, because she has people to look after. So yeah, like, obviously, Aluben will reiterate some of that, like, it's been 900 years since she was able to track time.
Mm-hmm. And like, that's not a normal age span, is it? You're not that old. I know you're not that old, but other gold leaves aren't that old, right?
Some usually tire after about 4 or 5 centuries. But that's usually the limit we go to. Even the stories of the Iron Root, they didn't necessarily push that much past 8 centuries in their day.
Oh. So most gold leaves left for 400 or 500. She was already like well into adulthood, modulo Fae trickery, but 900 years ago. That's like a human wandering around at like 200 plus. That's wow.
She kind of nods. Well, whatever she does that makes you know she's nodding and agreeing. That weird vibe of agreement that she gives off if you're not visually looking at her. And yeah, she says, I have never spent much time. I haven't spent much time in Modesta Lara's company. However, I wouldn't be someone eager to judge the life she had to endure at the hands of the Fae. I would not wish that upon anyone that I have met, even enemies of my past.
Great. But she is hard to deal with.
Again, she laughs very briefly. She goes, yes, we all have our moments, Falkwin.
What are you talking about? I'm the easiest person ever to deal with. People love me. I'm great.
And then there is like very deliberate hesitation that you feel. Because, yes.
See, thank you. Falkwin is definitely speaking in jest here.
I like the idea that you're sat on like a
Mostly,
table, like
mostly,
behind the couch
mostly.
area, like where everybody else is just overhearing your half of this conversation. Just as they're hearing, you basically can tell yourself you're great. And she says, is there a reason why we are keeping this from the others? Perhaps were you hoping to glean some secrets into Modesta Lara's being that I have hidden away? And you can tell she's like quite flippant about that?
Nah, not really. Just wasn't really in the mood for a big round table.
Understandable, they can be quite draining. The only things I do know is that not long after the war had ended, from those that were still around when I was born, that had been through the wars alongside Modesta Lara, they did state that she had been quite different in the war than she was after it. To what that means, I do not know.
Good. You think she's changed since the end of the war? Is she much as you remember her now?
I wasn't in the war.
No, since the end. Since you knew her.
Again, I didn't
Okay.
really... And, she doesn't... Aliben said that she hadn't spent much time with Modesta Lara other than her being the queen of the gold leafs, right? Not everybody gets to just chill with them. And, yeah, that means there was, between 500-ish years since the end of the war and Aliben being around.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, she's...
Yeah, I was mostly asking just from what Aliben remembered of her mannerisms, as much as Aliben knew about her, her reputation even when she was young. Does that match up with current Modesta Lara?
Oh, so are you asking, does Aliben in Aliben's lifetime notice changes?
Yes.
Right, okay, cool, because I wasn't sure if you meant
right.
Yeah, okay, cool.
No, I worded it badly, but yeah.
That's okay, I got there.
Yeah.
The Aliben says, based on my limited experience with her, I couldn't really say that I noticed any changes. She has always been as you have seen now. Even the great city of Mirage I was born into. I was not born on this continent.
Indeed. How did he get to Mirage? Who is Mirage?
Aliben again laughs, kind of more genuinely this time, almost with a bit of fondness to the laughter, and she says, "If I ever regain a body, Falkwin, I could take you there, but you would need a gold leaf elf to open the door."
Yeah, that'd be fun.
She kind of laughs again and goes, "Fun is something we could see if it was possible for you in Mirage. Let's worry about getting you there first."
Mm-hmm.
And you can tell she's been deliberately cryptic there, right?
Well, she does need a body first, right?
Yeah, there's a lot of steps in her way, but also, yeah, there's maybe hints of reticence in there, right? She's not super eager for that to happen, and you can't tell if that's get a body back or take you to Mirage.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. You could definitely roll an insight check if you wanted to try and work that out, though. Roll dice in this game!
I'm just trying to think whether I want to second guess Aliben.
You don't need to if you don't.
Falkwin would just sort of trust her and leave her be and let her keep her secrets.
Up to you.
I will probably lean towards the latter. Actually, she can have her secrets.
Oh, so many memes. Keep your secrets, Aliben. Yeah. Anything else you want to ask her?
No, I think we can wrap that up.
No worries. Anyone else doing anything with their time while Falkwin has a conversation with Elu? Wee Benny.
Knife would be sharpening it.
I like that they just psychosomatically just
Probably see Nori like sharpening his knife and being all I think Ignysera would go over to him and put my hand on his shoulder and say, thank you for showing some restraint. I saw that you were on the edge of probably making a bit of an unwise choice.
I think if she'd have been here a minute longer, I wouldn't have been able to help myself. I've the anger, thinking I can understand in a way her justifying my father's death if that's her opinion, but my mother too, another elf, she's just so blasé about it, even though she's so hateful for her own parents' death. I start pacing again. I don't understand it.
I think she might be slightly blinded by her hate. And I just hope that you don't become that way.
With
I have to bring this to a conclusion.
I think she might be. Her hatred is strong, but perhaps also her grief is what is the greater driving force behind her. Also, what she holds against others. This is a very strong reaction that she had to the Barlen. Perhaps almost even stronger than she had to Faye. Which clearly doesn't. Well, it would indicate that the willingness to exchange one's soul, particularly to the devils, is what she feels so strongly about.
Particularly abhorrent to her.
Where does that come from? It is not simply an aspect of the war. That would speak to something a bit more personal about her feelings of the worth of a soul, or the worth of giving it away, or getting in the hands of the devils. I wonder which side of that transaction she is more finds abhorrent, as you say. Is it the giving it away, or the receiving it from the devils? She does say that the Barlen forfeited their right to an opinion, so clearly she does not agree with that side of things. But could it be a particular enmity to the devils? She thinks anyone willing to speak to them or to deal with them in such a way is what is causing them to forfeit their right.
Can all of you make a roll for me? I want you to make an intellect roll based on memory. Just
me too. Or
yeah, everyone. No, everyone. Yep. Because your conversation's wrapped up, and you're overhearing this. Even if you're like musing on your own thoughts, you're still in the room.
Unknown difficulty. I'll just do it straight.
Okay, what was your total, Alexander?
That's a lot of thoroughly average rolls.
15.
Okay. So, Nori, the thought doesn't necessarily like enter your mind for this, right? This is more like Lockheart getting the kind of moment of clarity. And obviously, Falkwin, if you're paying attention, maybe you start to think, wait a minute, do I know any elves that are Barlen? And Lockheart, you know none.
Mm.
The realization of you've never met a Barlen elf.
But again, that to Nori wouldn't be a surprise, because even my reaction to
That's why it's a perfect roll you got, right?
Chiral,
Do you know what I mean?
yeah,
Perfect roll. So I said the dice just know what we need. It's fine. It works out. But yes, the that's maybe a bit of a realization going, I've never met a Barlen elf.
Is that true though?
I mean, it's based on that role.
How do I fall into that category?
As
My
far
father
as
was
people
Barlen.
can remember. Also, your father was, according to you, human.
Yes, to my knowledge, yes.
Yes, and to my knowledge also.
Uh-huh.
So what we know so far is that your father was a human potential Barlen, which makes you a Helborn hybrid.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Is there any notion of like original sin among the Barlen? Like, so children of Barlen have souls, right? But the Barlen don't have souls.
Well, they gave
or
them
do
up,
they
yeah.
still have souls? But they're like, do they still physically have their soul? It's just sort of underwritten to goes to this devil when I die, or like does the devil physically possess their soul at that point?
You maybe need to go and look into that.
It's an interesting thought.
Yeah. Like, is there just
If-
like a big
if-
shelf, like a pantry of souls that the devils have somewhere,
Yeah.
right?
Like if two Barlen have a kid, then does the kid have a soul? Do Helborns have souls in general? This is starting to sound like a dangerous line of inquiry.
Yes.
Are souls an inherited characteristic? Which is the dominant Aliel soul?
Eliel's another NPC. But yeah, the assumption you could make from the scholarly kind of collective that you have going is that, you know, there have been Helborn that have become Barlen. Not many, for obvious reasons, because they've already inherited some kind of cool ability, probably, or some horrendous problem, and it's probably the people with the disfortune that have maybe sought out. But yeah, I don't need you to roll on the fact that those ones are more likely to be Falgain. Because deals crossing with pre-existing inherited deals is not good.
I think Lockhart might, in that line of thinking, sort of side-eye Ignysera. Like, you know of many deals made by any of your kind with the devils?
Do I know of any deal?
Would you like to roll for that as well? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Shall I roll intellect again?
Yes, please. Yeah. None come to mind. If there are, you've never met them. But again,
That's yeah.
the only reason why Lockhart rolls an insight into this is because Lockhart's probably had to look up things regarding Barlen, especially because it's legality nonsense, right, with deals and things, and obviously, seemingly a lot of humans seem to sell their souls. It seems, whereas
the imminent corruptibility of man,
right, and the other side of it being a lot of people don't talk about it. Because the idea of, like, obviously there's
It's
some...
shameful.
Yeah. Yeah, you sold your soul for what exactly? 2 melons. It's like, yeah, but you don't have any
Or a
melons.
melon farm.
Or a melon farm, yeah.
cart full of cabbages.
A sturdy cart.
Cabbage Man's origin story. A sturdy cart. It never gets broken. Yeah.
Well, no matter how many avatars come driving through.
Yep. Canon in this world, the Avatar would have no power over the cabbage carts. But yeah, so that's kind of what he's kind of collecting. Is it doesn't seem like there's, many noted cases at all that come to mind of any other races other than humans primarily making deals with the devils.
I think Lockhart would sort of make a slightly idle musing of, I do hope the faraway visitors that we had a few weeks ago don't get too interested in that sort of thing. And like, that's going on a... Need to check that later. How would they do deals with Rakshans?
Do you know any Rakshans? You could go ask them. You know enough devils. It's like, hello, Rakishan, can you try and give your soul to this?
Yeah, I'm more worried about that the devils would do it. Like
a soul's a soul.
And how much, like, obviously we know of the like willingness of the subjects of their actions.
Yeah. And also their strange soul-based gifts to the city.
I can't even write anything particularly down because I already knew that.
Alright, like question marks and things. Rakishan, souls, question mark.
Yeah, and just purely for Kalli's like refreshing course, it is the Emperor and Empress of the Rakishan Empire turned up and was like, I have some gifts, and tipped thousands of like different coloured gems out, which all seemingly contained a soul. And then under further study, they learned that these souls could probably like keep Sloth alive for like about 50 or something years. He said he was like, I could just live off this for about 50 years on one gem. And then like that's a lot of juice.
What kind of souls in there?
And also that the Arcanatrix spent a long time studying them and discovered that there was only about 12 or 13 souls being reflected.
Oh yeah, that was like right from at the beginning of this.
They didn't know what that meant, other than that's not power people have generally.
That's not how souls are meant to work.
Yeah,
but it appears that this is how they're working.
It's the fact that they're also like, they don't seem to be diminishing the soul either, despite it being like refracted like 12 times or whatever. Or not 12 times, but like there's 12 souls being refracted. It's like 2,000
energy.
What's that like?
They don't follow the laws of thermodynamics. No.
And what's that other thing that doesn't
they
follow the
do
laws of
follow a law. They are actually in concert with a certain equation.
Abradak equation.
Yeah, that's funny. That equation that came up and got mentioned the arc after, where all the elements of the story plot came in.
Such coincidence.
Yeah. Imagine that. Okay. Any other questions for each other? Any trial prep you want to do?
Nori has some questions for Alu Ben, but he's too frustrated to ask them.
Okay.
I'm going to leave it alone.
What if it was a now or never situation?
It wouldn't make any difference.
Okay, cool.
Because I'm trying to pretend in game that we don't know Alu Ben's full backstory.
Yeah,
So
like obviously the
the
players know that
feedback
Alu Ben's a
is-
Goldleaf, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, you did
Yeah,
hear Falkwin talk about Modesta Lara to Alu Ben, but that's possibly because Alu Ben's old, right? So all those questions can be filled under, well, Alu Ben's 400 or something. So she might have known something about earlier Modesta Lara. None of it specifically calls out, by the way, that's a gold leaf in his bracer. Do you know what I mean? So yeah. I mean, you've got more clues though, Nori, like
Exactly.
like the golden elven design to the necklace amulet thing she made for you.
The
Yeah.
time spent in the dwarven mines, yes. I have a sense that she is elven,
Yes.
but not much more than that.
Yep. Yeah.
There are some things I'd like to ask her.
And we'll never know because Nori's angry.
Correct.
Okay.
And he's not thinking straight.
Anyone else have any other business to attend to before we move things
This is-
along? We can't rewind, remember.
As far as trial prep goes, I think we should all watch My Cousin Vinny together.
Yes. Everything about mechanics. We need to.
Yeah.
Okay, right. So the movie ends, and then
I think for trial prep, I'll probably talk to everyone and just say, I know I haven't been as involved as the rest of you, and if we are being spoken to as a group, which I hope we are, rather than individually, I would ask that someone else does most of the explaining. Just not even because I haven't been here. I'm glad to be part of this group, but I'm not very good at talking to this feels a bit mean to say, but just non-draconic people. And this is from a technical. I cannot persuade like non-dragons. I'm technically really bad at talking to non-dragons. So,
And I think Lockhart will sort of put his hand on like Ignysera's elbow, because he probably can't reach your shoulder. And it's like, I think for this it will require quite a delicate touch. So while we may not all have the option of speaking together, as much as we can, I'm quite confident that we'll be able to rely on Nori to speak for us.
The delicate touching I leave to all of you. I can supply facts as I see them, but if anyone's possession needs moving and is not to be moved by facts, then I take a step back.
I think that kind of wakes Nori up a little bit, and he'll turn to both Falkwin and Ignysera and says, "The reality is, you two still don't have to be involved in this. You didn't help Freer. I appreciate that you're with us, and I appreciate we've had interactions since. But the reality is, we're grateful to have you with us, but you don't need to be part of this." I'm only saying.
The thing about conspiracies, it's not just the people who did the one thing. It's also the people who covered up the fact that any of this was happening by virtue of all of this nonsense with you know what, you know who's, you know what. So I'm no escape for me.
Now that I am involved, I wouldn't feel right being anywhere else. This is where I'm supposed to be.
Is it too late for me to back out?
Yeah, I was waiting for like Ignysera to be like, actually, you're right, and just leaves.
Yeah. So, oh yeah, cool. See you later.
Right, let me know how it goes. Bye. Just cuts to using the trial, and Ignysera just holding ice cream that melts because of the heat she gives off.
Yes. Just in the crowd watching, just like.
Yeah. Oh dear. Okay, so that's our trial prep done. So we watched My Cousin Vinny and gave each other a pep talk.
Are dragonoids mammals? Would they not be lactose intolerant?
That's a very interesting scholarly approach
That
you could
is,
have.
yeah.
If you would like to maybe go for your master wizard with that thesis, then perhaps once you qualify as wizard, you could maybe use that as your new doctorate, as it were. But we'll see how that goes. Perhaps an Arc 7 quest. So, yeah.
Episode 21.
User, I know of this arc. Yeah, of Arc 7. User disturbed by the door opening and some of the council staff coming in. Nobody particularly you recognise. not at least by name anyway. And obviously they're escorted by a whole bunch of the city guards, and they say, "We've to move you all to the trial antechamber. If you can all follow me, please." And then off they walk, expecting you guys to like follow through the corridor of guards that then close in around the gang.
I would have thought an antechamber was a very simple thing. And the city's sold. Why do you need a trial antechamber?
It's just to see how it goes.
Yeah.
And yeah, like he's get escorted through the corridors, not to be derailed too much by the debate of trial antechambers. And
I was trying to think of an Uncle Chambers joke.
And Uncle Chambers, yep. And yeah, there is a familiar face as you approach the entrance of the antechamber. And it's a Silverthorn elf that some of you have met before. Do any of you remember the name of the attendant to the Silverthorn King?
Is this the speaker?
No.
Is this Alex?
So
no.
Alexica Cridge is the head of the Whitehall. Like, she's the head of the Church of Light. So she's basically the Pope, that lady. And she's also the speaker of the table, which means she's the one that calls to order and stuff, right? No, this person is a Silverthorn elf. They are called Snowstorm.
Snowstorm, Silverthorn.
Yep, they're called Snowstorm, and they're basically like the right-hand elf to Lundaranthuil Silverthorn, the king. Effectively, they're a councillor at this. That's like their rank officially. But yes, and they look fairly porcelain, to your approach, right? Now, Silverthorn elves, for Kalli's benefit as well, they tend to wear like deep blues, like almost black. They also have like fully silver, very like luminous hair, like usually perfectly silky and straight. They all look quite pale as well, and they tend to live in their snowy forests near the silver mines, which is just down. What way am I pointing? This way. Yeah, so that's like that's their area there.
Got it.
Yeah. So they look as pleasant as they can look at your approach, and then the attendants that were guiding you to this room look awkward in front of Snowstorm, and Storm says, "I will be speaking with them before the trial." And then the attendants just kind of acknowledge that, and then say, we have to wait with them. Like, then you can wait outside. And then, what guards came with you, like, take up their posts outside the room, and then Snowstorm opens the door and walks in. And it's you all follow.
Yeah.
Nobody makes a break for it or anything, right?
Just like runs away now.
I just cartwheel away.
I've been looking at my stealth skills as well too.
Can't stop me while I'm cartwheeling.
I can't.
So yeah, you get there, and yeah, it's quite a fairly Spartan room. There's some like furniture that looks like it doesn't move, right? Like seating there on the table in the middle, kind of looks almost interrogation-esque, or like very strict council meeting-esque, or perhaps a budget holiday camp-esque in terms of the fact that things are bolted down or whatever. And Snowstorm just kind of stands behind one of the chairs and just kind of like rests their like arm on the back of the chair and gestures to the seats as that some of the guards close the door behind them, behind you guys coming in.
Lockheart will definitely sit down.
Anyone else?
Yeah, Falkwin's not one to remain standing when there's a seat to be sat in.
And at this point, you've lost your vibes from Alubin walking in this room. Nori and Ignysera, we sitting down?
I'm going to find a place in the corner and stand.
Okay. Yep.
I'm still too pensive. And another elf to argue with.
I'd probably gesture for Myr'ra to sit down first, and then I would just stand behind the row of chairs where we're sitting.
Yeah. And then, so Storm, when they realise that you just don't seem like you two are going to sit down either, they just kind of go, "It is fond to see you again. However, it's poor circumstances. I wish you had made better choices, so that this was less painful." And they kind of smile at that, as if that was their attempt at making a joke. He goes, "How fare you all?"
Lockhart will say, would much prefer easier circumstances too. I would say that we are all faring well and of sound mind.
That is unfortunate to hear, given the charges against you.
Indeed.
And they kind of again, smirk again, thinking, yeah, that was really funny. People like jokes, And then they say, given that the last time our paths crossed, it was during the Farron attack on the city, I must now ask for my own peace of mind that it was not you, as a group, that have caused that also.
I think Lockhart would go to lengths to try and seem sincere.
Seem sincere? Rather than be sincere.
I stand by it. What was the name of the truth box? The
Do you mean, the Firestone?
Firestone.
So it's a dragon glass orb, is what they're generally called, and they all serve different purposes. And this one was a specific Firestone for, obviously, truths.
Something okay, no, sorry. Agency moment. Lockhart, Alexander missed some of those sessions, so I was under the impression that we weren't the cause of it, but now I'm thinking there was so well shenanigans. Did we establish that was why the Farron came?
I mean, what does the gang think? Do we think the Farron was something you specifically did to cause? And obviously Kalli can't answer this, but...
No, I didn't.
I was trying to remember myself. So it wasn't Brananel / Manus. He was just sort of helping clean up the bits and pieces.
He seemed to be strolling through the city effortlessly with weird spectral ghost smoky chains pulling them all. They couldn't even grip the chains. They were that weird.
He had them all on leashes.
Yeah, and took them all away.
He wasn't luring them there. He was just kind of helping clean up.
No, he seemed like he was collecting them to take them away. Yeah.
Yeah.
Obviously, though, the PR of that was the evil sorcerer Malmanus brought the Farron to the city, right? That was all the fallout PR from that situation. So, yeah. The evil sorcerer strikes again! Yeah. Remain indoors!
Was the thought that they were attracted to the soul crystals?
Yeah, that was a strong vibe, because Ciri Thane, when walking back with you guys from the nighttime excursion to fight a Farron, did say perhaps we should not rely on our magic because it may attract them. They seem drawn to magic. And everyone, isn't there a whole bunch of magic crystals just being dumped in the city that seem to give off massive soul energy? And there's thousands of them. And then, several hours later, then another massive magical artifact was unlocked. So you did kind of half contribute. Maybe less than half, right? But you definitely did contribute towards the beacon that would have been Cascade City. But it's not to say it wasn't a beacon already based on the soul gems thing, right? But the soul well, when that was unlocked, would not have helped. And that's seemingly what brought Malmanus, was when the soul well was unlocked, based on timings. But again, all hard to say. But considering he left with that and the Farron, we obviously know from Hannah / Myr'ra chatting with Brananel. Brananel's like, that's actually just what's happened to my people, I'm going to fix it. I need the soul well to do that, and I couldn't have got the soul well because it was designed to need people to open it. and I don't know if they would have given me that.
Well,
Nori's anger is going to spill over here a little bit, so I'll let you do what you guys are doing first.
Falkwin probably just jumps in then and says, no, we think that was probably the cats and their crystals that caused that particular incident.
Are you referring to the Ragishan jewels that were unfortunately bequeathed to the city?
The very same.
I see. That makes sense. I have volunteered to represent you in front of the council.
If this question is going to be brought up, you must know we fought one of them. And we killed one of them out in the road trying to protect another councillor.
Kind of nods. Yes, I was present during that discussion at the Grand Council when you supported Councillor Hedera.
Yes, and yet you still blame us for bringing them?
Given the charges against you, Nori, would you blame me for having suspicions to your motivations? I would not have thought you people that would evaded the Fae. And yet, those are the charges.
I just shake my head and storm back into my corner.
Yeah, like, I don't think you can blame the guy for being like, what are you actually involved in? Because I'm assigned to you guys now, so I want to know what I'm into. Do you know what I mean? By assigned, he volunteered, right? It seems. So, yeah. So maybe pissing off your actual lawyer isn't the best idea, but it's really
Which is
on
why
brand. Yeah, I was gonna say it's on brand though for Nori's current mood, I guess. But he is just saying, "Tell me everything so I can actually try and defend you." Is the gist of it, right? He's just being a bit awkward about it because he's a Silverthorn elf and they're a bit awkward.
I mean, Lockhart would be trying to think through, like, in the real world, lawyer, not patient, client confidentiality.
Yeah, privilege.
Like,
yes.
Yeah.
Any privilege.
Whereas, if there's like the Iron Law feels like it would kind of override anything like that.
I mean,
Probably.
I think it's easy to assume that we can just say that you've got attorney-client privilege here, and yes, there are definitely things that override it, and you're definitely guaranteed it's the Iron Laws that override it, because what does attorney-client privilege mean when the world didn't exist in the whole time, right? Like, it's... The Fae are too big a threat for things like that to matter. You're fighting for civilizations to exist still, not one person's individual rights, unfortunately. And yet, yous are fighting for one person's individual rights.
The Iron Laws or the Cascade Patriot Act.
I mean, yeah, like, you know.
Well, that reframes things.
But what I like though is Brananel didn't, like, they had all the power, and they then divvied it up as a council to empower a whole bunch of people. So it wasn't just him versus everything. It was
Nori continuing to be a stuffy, a little child under his breath will say, "Then ask your questions."
I think Lockhart would just be wanting to try and, I guess, make sure that they are being genuine. That this isn't some ruse of the council to be like, here, you have no rights in the situation, so we're going to tell you that this is your lawyer, and then bamboozle you. So I guess it's just like a deception check on.
well, it's an insight check, right, on him.
Sure.
Because you're trying to gauge him if he is deceiving you or not.
Yes.
Rather than you trying to deceive him with deception. Yeah.
Yes.
Cool. Yeah, you can roll that. And you're just wondering if he's misleading you in some way?
Yeah.
Can I roll against this as well?
Yeah.
Even in a huffy place?
Yeah.
I'll even take a disadvantage if
No, I think your huff is probably the reason why you would be more suspicious of him, right? So, despite Snowstorm being a pretty stand-up guy, that from what you know, because he helped defend like all the other staff that was in the council. Okay, and what else have we got? Have we got your roll yet?
This is a bad time to get the good. Chris, we need the good rolls later.
Sorry.
So, you both super duper believe that Snowstorm wants to be on your side, and seems like they're trying to understand how they can be on your side. You don't get that they're trying to like trick you legally in any way with what they've said. They are just being like, can you give me all the pieces so I can see the jigsaw too? It seems to be their position. Yeah.
The only piece that Falkwin would have reservations about is Brananel.
Mm.
Everything else involving Chiral, I think Falkwin would be okay sharing. Like, basically just repeat the conversation with Margot and Quilburn.
Yeah, and the important sort of reservation, I think, is Branagh and Pride. Like,
Yeah, well, that goes without saying. We don't actually have a choice with that one.
Kalli does. Because Kalli did hear the Pride story fully firsthand, finally. Or Ignysera, I should say. Finally got that information and isn't under any oath to keep it secret.
Are we obliged to stop her?
She like dives over the table uncontrollably.
I would say not physically, but yes, we should be, because we want Pride to be on our side. We don't want to be trying to circumvent any of the deal there.
Yeah,
Like,
I wouldn't share that information because we don't want to risk that relationship.
You currently have one of the most
clear that
powerful
the others
people.
don't want to share it.
Yeah, you've got one of the most what seems like volatile and powerful people on the continent on your side, seemingly quite happy with you guys' company, right? Like, you probably don't want to sever that at this point without some plan.
It's particularly why I don't want us to rely on the like, oh well, we couldn't break it anyway. I think we do want to be like
happy not breaking it.
Yeah, and careful not breaking it.
I agree. Yeah, so if you are happy catching Snowstorm up, yeah, you catch him up. He after like maybe 15 minutes of conversation, he takes his seat and exhales loudly. As you continue the other 45 minutes or whatever of conversation, catching up on everything that you've been up to. As if, oh dear. Is the furrowed brow, which is rare to see on a Silverthorn elf, sorry. And then he kind of sits back in the chair, like the kind of first time we see him kind of like relax. And he says, perhaps volunteering was short-sighted.
You have got yourself involved in something complicated, to say the least.
Complicated, I do not mind. Clusterfucked.
That's a better word, yes.
Have you done many of these Iron Laws trials before?
None in my lifetime.
So that's one thing that we kind of want to properly reiterate to her, is that we think that Iron Laws are flawed and wrong and
that's probably
written.
I feel like that's the part you've got to when they sat down, right? And Snowstorm's like, I'm going to take a seat for this because you just told me that you are guilty, but the laws are wrong.
We're totally guilty, but
wrong, outdated.
Yeah.
We're not going to say they didn't serve a purpose back then.
That's true. Laws need updating.
Yeah. And Margot and Quilburn didn't really disagree. They just said they've tried that and it didn't go anywhere because there were other things to care about. I think Margot's, or was it Pride? Maybe it was Pride that said that. I can't remember. Someone said that had happened. It's been discussed before. It might have been Pride, way back in the grandmother's house.
I'm feeling it might have been Margot.
Right, it could have been. But one of the current blade wielders definitely said that to you guys as a piece of knowledge. Like, it has come up in conversations, looking at the laws, but there's never been a reason to really any breaches of the laws that came up in previous cases either went nowhere or because the Fae are gone to their knowledge. And that's where was it 4 cows don't equal a wife comments and things came from as well, with the why people blame random stuff on the Fae because it's hard to prove. It's like, well, it was obviously that way the whole time. But yeah, so Snowstorm sits there and then just kind of says, what would you propose we use as a defense other than you wish the laws to be updated to render you innocent of breaking them?
Well, the beings / collective called the Fae, which the laws refer to, I think we can have a decent argument that they, Falkwin probably wouldn't say his name again.
You can say the Fae in question, I guess, right? Or the individual Fae in question.
Yeah. I think we have a decent argument that the individual in question is not that.
I'm curious. Then, do any of you have any questions for me?
What is the status of Queen Lightscale?
Understandable that you would have concerns for your queen. I am not privy to their legal team. I could perhaps reach out to them if you had any particular questions, but as you can imagine, protocol would dictate a lack of contact.
I guess for now I would simply like to know if their trial is proceeding at pace, if it has begun or not.
Again, unfortunately, that's information I do not have. I could seek that out, but that does come with a lot of... what would the equivalent of red tape be, right? Like procedures. Approvals pending, I guess, is a better phrase, right? It would require a lot of approvals that may not happen within the time we have before your trial.
Are we being tried as a group, including our queen, or are we being tried as individuals?
Unfortunately, none of you are sitting monarchs, are you? And they smirk. The rules are quite different for a blade wielder to have breached the iron laws. As you can imagine, they must be more severe.
Are there rules written, or is this being based upon expectations?
I think you are quite well aware of how the iron laws are interpreted by different people, Lockheart. I don't imagine you have got this far and walked it willingly to this city without having researched the iron laws, given what I know of you.
The more that I research, the more that I find still wanting. It is not something that I feel has ever been fully encapsulated into a digestible source.
Unfortunately, nor have I. This is merely a passing interest of mine. This, and then they kind of like gesture like legality of it all. However, it is well, how do I say this delicately? I do not have much trial experience myself, but no one else wished to take on this job. I don't wish to dismay any of you, but it would have been a difficult task for anyone to willingly take on board, given that I know some of you. I am able to speak to your character in the attack, at least. You did try and help the city.
And when we win this, we owe you a big drink.
I think someone else goes, I believe a standard-sized drink would be sufficient, yes, but I would happily accept They kind of like nod, like fondly in your direction. Like you can tell that they don't necessarily socialise much, right? Like they seem to get more excited about technical details than anything else. So it definitely seems like they're more of a bookworm, or at least their job to the king doesn't allow them much of a social life. From the way Snowstorm carries themselves, but they seem like a decent person from what you know of them, and obviously they wouldn't have got a job as, right hand man to the king if it wasn't someone that could be of use, given that Lundoranthwil was also in the Fey War. So they've had a long time to vet people, I suppose, and they picked Snowstorm. So, yeah.
I think I would ask, just like, how exactly will the trial proceed? I'm afraid I'm not aware of the customs in this city.
Well, the trial is in 2 parts to answer your earlier question also. Your queen will be held guilty of the charges, and you as the subjects of that queen to a degree, and he gestures to the people obviously that aren't human. It will be your crimes by association, and in aid of the Fae and of covering up aid to the Fae that you will be charged with. None of these have a definitive sentence. It is up to the council to decide your fate, because, as you are quite aware, the laws cannot account for everything, including temperaments at the time. Death is not something that we were willing to have as punishment for this crime, given that that would quite limit our ability to fight the Fae. And you can tell like he's like almost like reading interpretations of someone's interpretations of the Iron Laws, right? Like Lockheart, you can definitely like understand the structure of how he's trying to put this across, because it's clearly someone's notes that they've written as their, here's what we think the Iron Laws really meant, so you can probably tell that
this is what Lockhart thinks
yeah.
the laws really meant.
Which is funny, because his king was there when they were written.
Yeah, but it just depends if you think the king gives a fuck about them or not, right? Like, he did call himself he who conquered the moon. So, like, that is what Lundaranthwil means. But, yeah, he, you can tell, like, he has been trying to give you some kind of peace of mind and or comfort, but it's almost like, because he's aware it's a really fucked situation, that is almost what comes across rather than anything else. So it's like, it's not as fucked as you think it is the way he would phrase it, rather than, like, it's actually...
But don't worry, they're not going to kill you, they're just going to really mess you up.
Yeah, it's like,
I mean,
you might just live long enough to suffer the punishment. Yeah.
Falkwin definitely got from that, oh, right, we're not being tried, we're being sentenced.
Yeah, and that's maybe just his weird, awkward social skills coming through, right? Where in his head, maybe he's like, I don't know how we're winning this. But you don't get the impression he's not going to try. That's the other part, right? Like, it's not like he's decided you are all guilty. He's just maybe not skilled enough socially to hide the fact that his opinion is, oh, this is fucked. Like, yeah, it's like, I could be the best lawyer on this continent and still lose this case because they've admitted they're guilty. Because you did do that to 2 of the judging councillors. Yeah.
I think there's significant nuance in what we admitted guilt to.
Is that right? I mean, there's definitely context. Maybe not nuance. There's context to what you admitted guilt to, and that's what Margot and Helborn agreed. And also, they're not councillors; they're like blade wielders, so they're members of the table rather than councillors.
I think the facts are in dispute here.
They need to be for this to go well.
We say we aided someone who shouldn't be considered Fae.
The artist formerly known as part of the Fae. Yeah.
Yes.
It's an angle that we hadn't fully, I think, gone with. I think because we had that the law needs change was working so far, we hadn't necessarily needed to branch out more. It is a good idea, I think, of being like, define Fae.
Isn't that going to be an interesting statement?
That's going to be a bad angle to take, I think, if we put it in...
Modesta Lara flips the table. How did she even move it?
Oh, I hope she does.
I mean, I don't, because that means she's way more powerful than she should be if she can flip the table that's part of the building.
The other bit that I think would be the next level of escalation was that everyone drink ready. The iron laws were created for stability of the table. Like, that is the underpinning of the iron laws. Therefore, if what we did was for the stability of the table, then we were within the spirit of the law, if not necessarily the letter.
That's the route I think we should take, although that then opens up what was disrupting the table.
Well, exactly. It falls apart a little on the next step. But
getting to the next step is a whole act in itself, right? Like, it's fine. We'll deal with that when it happens. Anything else you want to ask Snowstorm, out of interest?
I have nothing else to ask, but I just keep getting distracted by my dog because he's sleeping on his back and he looks so silly.
No.
Little legs.
What's your doggo's name?
Appa.
Appa. Nice.
Yeah.
Water buffalo.
Yep.
Water bison.
Oh, yip is we taught him to like jump up for a treat for yip.
Amazing. So good. Yeah, back in the trial episode. Yep.
So yeah, I'm warning everyone in advance. There's a very, very likely chance that at some point in the next hour or so, I will say the words "player agency moment," because at that point in time, I will really, really, really want to say the words "I call Brannon Elves."
Yeah, that's the top level of escalation. That we have that as the final one, because yes, Brannon L can just unilaterally dissolve the table, and it's monkey law now.
I don't even necessarily want him to dissolve the table. I just want the truth to come out, and
But can they handle the truth of Brannon L still being around? Would that cause continent-wide panic? Because that's Brannon L still around, and the Fae are still around that you're telling the world at that point.
Would Modesta Lara then also kind of...
She'd probably just snap her crown in two and walk out. Like, bye, I'm out.
Well, he blinded her, and she doesn't know it was him. Right.
Or sure she tells us.
Well, yeah, that's debatable, isn't it? And she said that there was a big surge of magic in the ocean a couple of years back, and she went to try and do her own investigations, and that seems to have caused her this injury. And that tied up with Quilburn's, discussion about that as well, because he also noticed the surges off the coast of the span, which all tie up.
Brannell's existence would somewhat limit the elves' influence. Like, the fact that the blade is still alive would suggest that they don't, like, as counselors, as the three sitting at the table. Or
so
sitting,
only if he turned up and went, okay, I'll vote, and then they were like, oh, we don't get a vote then, because if he's voting, it overrides theirs, because he's the seat. They are the counselors. They're the three that sit behind them. Whereas, for example, this is why Talanis gets Vermi's vote if Vermi isn't at the council, right? So the three seats that are meant to be occupied by human councillors, they vote on behalf of Vermi. The whole point is they're meant to be keeping in touch with Vermi's advisors and stuff in Denkmark, and then that all gets referred over, and but unless Vermi needs to be there, they vote on her behalf. But they wouldn't because she could just turn up and say, actually, that wasn't right. So, I mean, she could just change the vote if she wanted to, because that's the job of the councillors is to take the slack off the people actually running countries, right?
But if we so this is the opinion of the First Blade, is it? Did you ask them? Because we can.
And the elves are different. Like the elves are they're very unique at the table, right? Same with the devils, right? Those are the two unique cases because it's not like their leaders change, right? The Bronzebark leader has changed since the war several times. That's been it. The obviously the Silverthorn and Goldleaf elves have had the same leader since the war, and the devils have always been the devils, right? And they have handed the sword to each other, basically. Even if Pride has done the most time with the sword, a handful of them have had it. But it was Sloth first, and then seemingly everyone. Sloth should never have it. Pride should have it. And for the most part, like, Pride's had it for about 90% of the time, and it's been fine. I say fine loosely. We don't know what other shit Pride has done. You just know what she's done with Loudon, and that's bad enough for the last, 2.5 years or whatever. You don't know if she's done that before and covered it up. You don't know. Pride's history's Pride's history, right? But yes, in terms of the Elven people, the Ironroots were elves. The Goldleafs were different elves. The Silverthorn are different elves. Do you know what I mean? Like, the Bronzebarks are different elves. They all kind of came from the Ironroots, but they're all different now. There are, branches, from the same source. So, they are, effectively they would have been 4 different countries sitting under one banner, right? If the Ironroots were still around. But because they're kind of collectively elves to the others, that's why they only got... Well, also they didn't really need more than Branonel being the top of it, right? Let's face it, when you've got him, you're probably pretty good. You don't really need to have other people weighing in on that particular interests. Which maybe is other reasons why things like Lundaranthwil and Modestellara are... I don't know, maybe they're trying to outlive each other, right? Yeah, because one of them would have a legitimate claim to sitting in the chair, right? But not while there's somebody else there with a very nice shot at your back. So, yeah, I don't know if that answered your question or not, but that's just some more kind of, I guess, info about how the table kind of operates and how it was formed. But yeah, them having to agree is kind of the part where it's like, well, does this represent elf interests? Yes or no? So yeah. The Bronzebarks are the ones that speak up the most anyway. They're the ones that seem the most actively concerned about what everybody else is up to. And that's not in a suspicious way, it's just not, oh, could we help with that? Can we get help with this? They care about mingling. Silverthorn, quite reserved, they've kept it themselves, and we know the Goldleafs have fucked off. So, Modestlar rarely turns up to meetings. I think I did mention that. If there were 10 meetings a year, she'd begrudge turning up to one.
And it's got to be this one.
Well, it was this one, and then, the other big problem that you've had before. Well, there have been several big problems, right? But the last one she attended was because Mal'Manus was a subject matter of the meeting. And her and Quilburn had to exchange notes as, the two magically expert people at the table. So, yeah. Any other questions? No?
I would just sort of say I think that should be the order of escalation, with Branonel being the top.
It's okay.
It's just a nuclear option, isn't it?
I think because you don't know what will happen ultimately. Because the idealistic version is the one you seem to be clinging to, which is he turns up and effectively does something that helps you.
Or we just be like, hey, look, your table, it was a really great idea, but 900 years and we've messed it up. I think you should just dissolve it.
Or he kills you all for aiding the Fae without looking into it further because, in a generation, people would have forgotten you.
I mean, knowing what he wants, which is to bring his people back, I don't think that would be his reaction.
Yeah, which is valid,
I think-
right?
I think
But
his
when-
motivation's getting his people back, and yeah, I think he would see opportunity in this.
Keep in mind, Hannah's concerns, which she's expressed a handful of times since talking to him, is that she thinks he's going to go fight all the devils and tear all their souls out. Which is quite nuclear. Yous are quite close to a devil in this very specific scenario. I think that was Hannah's concerns. I don't want to speak too much for her, but I know that she's not here and can't voice things that she has voiced at least throughout previous arcs.
And sort of as Snowstorms said, that it will be up to the sort of the council's verdict. What happens, sort of regardless of the trial's decision, or if the trial really finds us guilty, it will then be the sentencing will be up to the council, of which we have like 3 fairly amiable to our side. So it's like, while we would like it to be but we did it because we had to, let's just not look into this any further. If they are trying to throw the book at us, the arm behind that throw isn't necessarily going to be as strong as perhaps one of them wants it to be.
Yeah, and the good thing is, like you said, like you've got 3 people that are fairly friendly. You've got the fact that the point of the laws being broken was to warn people of breaking them, not that it was just murder more people that are on this side of that fight. Because that's doing the phase job for them. Which kind of defeats the point of the laws to safeguard people. Right? But again, if you've got, something that needs pruned so that everything else can thrive, they can still vote to kill you all. Yeah. It's just...
Nori will ask a little question. How much say does Melissa
Modestellara.
Modestellara.
Modesties? Melissa.
I know. Over the rulers of the other Elven King. Will they follow her lead?
She is effectively the elven figurehead of all elf kind. Much to my king's dismay.
But we believe that they get 1 vote and it has to be a unanimous vote.
Quite right, yes. King Lundaranthuil, Queen Modestellara, and what was that I called the person? Like Erdoarnon, King Erdoarnon, all must agree for their vote to matter. I was going to call him Meadowsong, but that was the one that was in the war.
But the question again, will they do as they're told from Modestellara?
It is unlikely that the Bronzebark King would disagree with any decision made by Lundaranthuil, my king, or Queen of the Goldleafs. And he gives you a look, which is, I can't say they have to hash it out between themselves, but it's effectively a very egotistical man with a very stubborn woman having to decide who gets the final word. Is the subtext there?
I'm happy with that.
The real question is, how have they voted in the past? Have they always agreed with each other? That's the question you probably want to ask, right?
Yes.
Yes. I feel like, Lockhart, did you look up stuff about the council decisions a while ago? I feel like you did.
Yes, but I think from where we weren't able to glean much more from just the information available where we were, more so than what was potentially available here.
And keep in mind, folks, you can spend XP to create player intrusions for things narratively to either have happened within, time that could have made it happen, etc. Just want you to remember that as a mechanic you have access to. if you want to have a chat about things that might just have needed to happen for certain things. Obviously it does have limits, but it is good for like could we have done this because we didn't, but we probably should have. You spend XP and maybe that could have happened. Same with like, convenient people turning up on your behalf, etc. Or knowing a contact for the right situation from your past. That's what XP, player intrusion stuff lets you do. But yes, any other questions for Snowstorm? Probably my final time I'm going to ask. Any at all? No? So none for Kalli?
I mean, Lockheart, I guess, probably about to find out anyway. And is the trial scheduled for the end of this meeting?
The trial will be scheduled once we are called to trial. There is no formality as to when you can be called. The only formalities lie with your queen and the arrangements made for her. As a blade wielder, they are allowed some privilege still, in the face of accusations. Basically he's saying yous are kind of at the whims of whatever happens with her. Like yous aren't really the main concern here. Because, like he's brought up a while back, she still holds the blade, which makes her a very big threat. You also know like how good Vermi is in a fight. Like Vermi had the power, even just the leg muscles to kick a guard across a room. Do you know what I mean? So, while she might be better with a spear, she still wasn't terrible with a sword when fighting Pride. Even if Pride was puppeting somebody else's body at the time.
And I think
one thing that has...
just very quickly, that we had kind of been banking, well, not banking, but betting a little bit on that, the fact that the sword hasn't disagreed.
Yes.
And if the sword hasn't disagreed, then clearly it can't be that bad. But we were also trying not to go too far in that direction because we were with Margot being like, well, things do need to change though. Let's listen to the... But again, in the escalation tier.
Yeah, she did bring up the hypocrisy of your position, Lockheart, which was, you want the laws to change, but you think, but the sword's still happy with her, so that's fine. You can't pick and choose. You have to have one or the other. Laws need updated, or we go with the old laws. Yeah.
The ones we like, the ones we like.
Nori, what were you going to say?
I was going to say one thing that hasn't kind of been brought up, and I think I imagine...
Why aren't we all in Dinosaur Island?
Well, there is that. But who's our accuser?
I mean, Siri, Thane, and then the table.
Right.
Yeah,
that's fine.
That's who the accuser is. It's effectively the table, the Grand Council. The legal body regarding the Iron Laws. That's the accuser, effectively. Apologies if that was.
No, that's
not
fine.
clear.
I just.
Yep, that's
no,
good.
it was. That's what I had in my head, that it was Sir Ethan felt he had to say something to somebody.
Yeah, because you'd made him guilty, effectively.
Yes.
Yeah, by association.
So
the other question is why isn't he here? And maybe he is.
Yeah.
And do you want that?
Yeah.
And also, is he on trial because of this now? And also, why did he still go through with it? Right?
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Because arguably he could just have been like, fuck this, I'm out. Phones council. By the way, hot tip.
Sir Ethan, question mark.
More question marks, yes.
Also, you know he has a moon glass, like a moon silver glass, whatever it's fucking called, like sword.
Sword.
As well,
Yeah.
designed to hurt face, so if he'd really had that big of a problem with it, he could have ended Chiral. But
Very
didn't.
true.
Yeah. There's a lot about that. Do you know what I mean? Yeah. I mean, it could just be something as simple as he gave his word to you guys that he would have helped. But it also could have been, who knows, how many arcs worth of story. So, yeah. If that's the end of the questions for Snowstorm, then I think we skip to the part where you are all manoeuvred into the Grand Council chamber. Dun dun dun! The main.
Have we rested much in that time?
No, you have not. No rest. I mean, you arguably could have had an action or an hour's worth of rest. If you have any of those remaining. But I don't think there's been much in the way of rest generally. Since you have been like, you've left Sin quickly, you've got Tamargo and what do you call him, Quilburn quickly. You haven't had really much downtime at all in the last like day. So the last time you'd have rested would have been what? I think you spent a day in Sin, and then you came here.
I think Lockhart left Sin fairly well topped up. I haven't used the action, but I don't think used the 10 minutes yet.
Okay.
I'm going to use my action just to get back the intellect.
Sure.
Lost during that last roll.
But you know that your last roll
Perfect.
refunded it, right? Because you rolled a nat 20.
Please ignore that last roll. I have still got my rest.
Yep, I had to scroll back to double check that. But like, yeah, you did. You got your...
Yeah.
Like, that's the benefit of a nat 20 in this system, is you get it refunded.
Yeah, of course it is.
Again, only the stuff on that particular roll that had the nat 20, but it's still gorgeous that happens. You don't get back what your edge discounted, though. That's not like, it's not just a recharge. So if you did spend 10 points, but it was all, discounted by edge and other stuff, you don't get 10 new points, sadly. As much as that would be an amazing outcome. Okay. Is Falkwin or Ignysera resting? Either an action or whatever.
I don't need to.
I'm maxed out.
Yeah, cool, that's fine.
I'm fine.
Yep. Maybe just a bit mentally weary, but besides that, these are all good to go. So these are moved through the council corridors, council chamber corridors, and you're taken to the actual, like, a fairly familiar room to you guys by this point, except maybe Ignysera. But I imagine you've maybe sat into a council meeting once or twice before.
Yeah, I might have visited once before while with someone. Yeah.
Like, maybe even awkwardly sat there, been like, Colburn's like, just you wait there and we'll talk after this meeting, just you sit there and stay quiet. And then it's like this very private meeting that they're all having, and it's like, why did I'm like, it's Colburn's niece, just let it happen, because it'll be an hour of explanation from him, so we don't need that. But yeah, these are taken to a particular part that it kind of looks a bit like the equivalent of like a jury box, right? That you are all sat in. But obviously all black iron, and Vermi is at the other side of the room in a singular kind of box type stand thing. She exchanges a look. It is quite a severe look that she gives, but like a look of kind of like, it's a determined kind of, well, we're here type vibe is the look. It doesn't seem to be sympathetic, it doesn't seem to be aggressive, it just is very much a determination in her eyes that you're quite familiar with from Vermi, because she sets her mind to things, she tends to do quite well getting them. So yeah, what you take from that is up to you guys. But you don't, it's not like a, oh hey, sucks that we're here type. It's just a, well, the road led here, and here we are. He's put opposite sides of the room, and then obviously there's quite an escort around both of you, in terms of guard presence. And then Alexica Cridge, the high speaker of the Whitehall, enters and like starts like shuffling papers on her desk and sits them down, and kind of just like glances very like side-eye-esque at both sides of the room. As if doesn't want to be giving you attention, but wants to have clocked who's here type thing. And then there is no like civilian presence here at all. There's no additional councillor presence here at all. Like Talanis isn't here. The fact that you haven't spoken to Talanis probably tells you that they weren't allowed access to even you guys, right? For Kalli's benefit as well, Talanis is the former governess or countess, of Voros, which is where Nat's character came from, and was like best friends with Nat's character as they grew up together. Nat's efforts with Queen Loudon got Talanis a seat as councillor, as a promotion from being that, which is why Voros was empty and KT got to step in after being ousted. Sidera is the wife of Nat's character. Okay. So Riven's wife, Sidera, and they're like an ambassador, the way like Lockhart's an ambassador, and Talanis helped Riven get Hedera out of Caldera as well, using that pass. Right. So that's how all that dynamic works. But the fact that Talanis wasn't allowed to come speak to you guys, speaks volumes, and it's not even allowed in this room. Fairly quietly, without much pomp and affair. There's no like being announced like there was previously by the speaker. In walks the Blade members. The first one in's Margot, and then very closely followed by Quilburn, as if they were chatting to each other, and then stop, obviously, as they go to their specific spots on the table. And then in walk the three elves, and they take their seats. And then in walks Pride, just looking probably too happy for the tone, like very delighted to be here, isn't it a wonderful morning type vibe, as they walk with the clack 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 of their heels on the black floor, and then they kind of like drape themselves into their seat. And last but not least, acting seat at the table, brushing off his beard, King Regent, I guess, like Regent King, whatever way around that needs to be, Douglas Dugal, played by the wonderful Brian Blessed, looking like quite giddy with wide eyes, like, oh, look, maybe he hasn't been in this room before. I kind of wonder. And then looks a bit awkward at Vermi, and then as if, don't want to make eye contact with her, and then looks over at some of you, and he was like, ooh, and like waves awkwardly at some of you, because obviously he knows some of you. And then Alexica says, if you could take your seat. And he goes, yep, righto. And he sits down, very awkwardly, and like tapping like his hands together as if, what am I meant to do? What does someone do here? So yeah, it's like someone visiting a really, really cool castle they've always wanted to visit, I guess, right? That's the vibe they're giving off of. This is awesome. Like, can I touch things? Like, so.
Yeah, that's not quite the calculus that we've been doing. I've been working so far on the assumption of 4 votes. Yes. Didn't think he would get one. Mm-hmm. I guess we'll see if he does or not, but yes, that's a variable we hadn't accounted for.
And Pride rolls her eyes around the room from him to you guys, and then just does that look to the floor as if, well, here we go. And then Alexica reads the charges and goes into a bit of detail about like Vermi's part in all of this, right? Just the formalities of what you'd expect from the laws, the way they were written, about how the fact that a blade wielder has gone against the very point of them, right? Things like that, like the whole job is to safeguard the realm from the Fae, and that seems to be in question. Alexica seems to be reading all of the transcript notes from every meeting that seems to have happened. It seems like none of the actual table get to speak at that part. Alexica reads out things you have said officially to people. It clearly is snippets from conversations you've had with Margot and with Quilburn. So it's almost as if the table members, they've offered up things previously as well, on your behalf. It does seem to represent what you said as well. Nothing seems like it's been misrepresented. And it's hard to tell obviously who said what, because obviously you've spoke to Pride, Margot and Quilburn quite a lot about this stuff. So there's a mixed bag of stuff that gets said from what effectively your defence was, right? Even stuff that you've said to Snowstorm, specifically, since it was most recent, gets read out as well. And yeah, you can tell by the tone of how this is going that Lexica definitely has the tone of, well, I'm just waiting for them to get sentenced, right? Is the vibe. Even if she's meant to be as neutral as possible, she's went guilty, 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 And how do we vote? And then she says, now it is time to hear some statements from the accused themselves. She gestures to you lot to speak first. The reason for that being that Verme's word matters more. And thus it goes last. Because she's a blade wielder. Douglas Segal is very lucky to be here. But likewise, it's a bit hypocritical not letting him in when the elves get to be here. So yes. Alexia says, have you elected a spokesperson to represent your group interests, or do you wish to speak individually on your matter? Might I recommend individually, so as not to put your fate
on the stream to be this, this way.
I don't have the stream up.
Lockhart's there to me, if it's Lockhart. But if it's Nori's one, Nori's that way. But no, so Alexica states very, very, very clearly, she recommends you all speak individually in your own defence, as not to put your fate in the hands of another.
You know what? Falkwin's on board with that.
But you do get the choice. So, what is the player agency? What is the choice?
I think I know what Half-Elven would want Falkwin to do.
Oh yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, volunteer yourself, throw them under the bus, and save yourself.
Maybe Ignysera would speak separately, just because, even though like she's crap at talking to people, that because she came in later and understood and saw kind of the other side of it, that maybe that would be a more helpful point of view. I don't know.
Pride is looking through Lockhart. Because Pride knows that if Ignysera can speak, Ignysera can speak.
Mm-hmm.
But obviously Pride can't say anything currently, and yous are being presented with this choice, so as players, what's your particular preference there? Please decide quickly. 5, 4, 3.
Falkwin would rather speak himself.
Okay. Is that everybody else's viewpoints? Yeah.
Agree with that.
Mm-hmm. You seem elated
Nori's
by
gonna
that.
go off on one.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
I think Snowstorm definitely, like last time, reiterates how important it is to conduct yourself with decorum in that place. Mostly because they're also worried about how bad it would look on them as well, having not briefed you on the etiquette of the chamber. But you've had that conversation from Snowstorm before, damn it, Nori. You should know this isn't a place for chucking your toys out the pram.
Remember, I'm still a teenager.
Hey, you do you, right? You do you. I'm just letting you know what you would know as a character. You can still choose to do with what you want. Lockhart, individual. Nori, individual. Yep.
Now I want someone else to speak for.
But yeah, so when none of you step forward to be the sole,
Maybe Lockhart should go first, though.
Well, it seems like they're about to call their first person.
Damn it!
Yes. Mm-hmm. Can you all roll?
You roll for initiative.
A D4.
What?
D4.
That's the famous luck roll.
Nori, you're gonna go last.
Yes. Thank you.
Ignysera, you're gonna go second last. Okay. Can our
And
two
the two speakers can fight it out.
Can our two
They cannot
speakers
wrestle.
roll a D4 again? Can our two speakers roll a D4 again? Falkwin, you're gonna go second.
That makes sense.
Hey, there we go. That's a good ordering. I like
Lockhart,
that.
you're gonna go first.
Do this.
Hi, I let it fall to the dice, okay? And I figured one was the lower roll that nobody wanted to go first. So yes, Lockhart, then Falkwin, then Ignysera, and then Nori.
So, how many player intrusions is that?
Right, so Alexica says, if Ambassador Lockhart Dourf can please step forward, we will hear your words first.
And I think Lockhart will sort of calm and confident.
You get heckled immediately. Pride's like, hurry up! I got all day.
And I think you know, standing forward, he's like, not to keep anyone from their duties as blades, I will make this brief.
I'll start the timer.
I guess I'm just trying to formulate this. What was the question?
Oh, it's, do you have any last things to say in your defense, basically? This is your final words.
So
ultimately.
literally about to just say us, you're all guilty, fuck. Yeah.
Well, they've read out everything that was all the statements. You have all spent 3 sessions prepping, so we don't need to have you repeat that. That's all been done to death, right? So that's why Alexica reads it all out as like the neutral party here. She read out everything, and again, you've had the snippets of how that has been told to her via Quilburn, via Margot, via Pride. Anyone that was willing to offer up information to Alexica via Snowstorm, etc. That's why he was there, is effectively to take your story to them in your words. And nobody volunteered to do that except him. He's like, I'll do it. I've met them, they seemed alright. And this is just Alexa saying, before judgment is rendered, do you have anything you want to say directly to the council? You get the right to, speak. Hence why she was like, you probably want to do this individually, but you can speak as a group, as you are charged as a group. But, yeah. And then Verme gets the same option because, she's a queen and you aren't. And she gets to go last. She gets to hear everything you say about her, effectively. If indeed it is about her.
So,
yeah.
Before I actually speak some of the things I was going to say, is this something that I can use to apply? It is an ability called Debate, which I've actually had for a while, but it hasn't really come up.
Read it to the class.
So in a gathering, 2 or more people trying to establish the truth or come to a decision, you can sway the verdict with masterful rhetoric if you're given 1 minute or more to argue your point. Either the decision goes your way, or if someone effectively argues a competing point, any associated persuasion or deception task is eased by 2 steps. Action to initiate, 1 minute to complete.
Yeah, you could definitely use that.
Okay. So I guess Lockhart's argument is fully that we've been called here upon these charges, and the fact of the matter seems very clear that the council's understanding of the Fae is incomplete, if not perhaps incoherent, and requires further study and adaptation, that these laws have served their purpose and safeguarded the realm when it was in great peril, but now that the threat of Fae has been abated thanks to the incredible effort and sacrifice by those that came before us and those that still remain, now is the time to look forward into the coming days, into the future, not be stuck entirely in the past. And so I move that the interpretation of the Iron Laws be updated for a modern time.
And then roll.
So you're wanting me to roll on the debate or roll a persuasion following the debate?
Well, you tell me, right? This is an ability that you're trying to sway other people with, right? So It says that obviously if someone's countering that, the subsequent roll would be eased, which is a separate thing, right?
Okay.
So we're dealing with this ability having either moved people or not, and I can tell you if someone's countering it or not. Who would dare speak out of turn at this table?
Okay, maths. So, first level of effort costs 3.
Okay.
Second, 2.
Let's just decide. Okay, you work out the total expenses, ignoring your edge. Then we'll deal with your edge after all. Okay. So what's everything that's costing? So effort.
So-
how many levels of effort?
Well, that's why I was trying to work it
Yep.
out.
Just tell me the levels you're willing
how
to
much-
spend.
Well, how much does 5 levels of effort cost?
Well, let's work that out, right? So it's 4 levels
What
at
your
2,
effort is
which
at
is
now?
8, and then you're adding 3, so what's that, 11?
Yes.
Yeah, so the first one costs 3, everything else costs 2. So it's 4 twos plus 3.
So it's 11 plus 3 of the cost of the thing.
It's Lockhart tier 4, actually.
Yeah.
Jesus.
So that's 14 total so far.
Yes.
Yeah.
Don't suppose my legal textbook is an asset.
Why not? Where else? It feels wrong of me to have let you have a legal textbook as an asset and not let you use it when you're on trial. Yeah. Okay, now you do the math and tell me what.
So, it is 8 times 3, which is 24,
Mhm.
plus 4, so it is 28.
Okay. And you don't want to re-roll that 4, no?
I'd hope for a little bit closer to average.
I mean, I just want to ask if you want to re-roll it or not, because it could be a 1. But it could be a nat 20.
I think it's the subsequent one that I might need that for.
Okay, so we're happy with 28!
Happy. But it will do, and it costs 14 minus
Cost-
5 edge.
It costs 9.
So-
The cost at the bottom of your roll. Yeah, which is good. 11 plus 3 minus 5 equals 9. Yep.
So it's a good thing I did that. I got that 9 from the recovery roll.
This is the most impassioned debate of Lockhart's life.
Oh no, that was only a 4.
That's the worrying thing, is it's only a 4, occasionally gesturing to the legal text that's held up by someone nearby, but like this was one of his possessions.
Imagine that being a 20. That'd have been a roll of 44.
Yeah, it would have been absolutely disgusting. Yeah. But this is literally Lockhart. He's a tier 4 lawyer. Right? Like, he's not a wizard. He's a tier 4 lawyer. If he can't move people with impassioned speeches, what's he doing? Right? Wizards move mountains, Lockhart moves people's hearts and minds. Or sometimes just erases them. So, how many times can you erase people's minds after this if they keep voting guilty?
Quite a few.
What's your
It's not
vote?
that
Nope.
expensive.
Nope. Just not in this room, sadly. But yes, not bad, yeah. So after you stop filibustering, you
That's the point. You never stop.
I think at the end of it you just hear a massive yawn from Pride. A very forced yawn. And like Douglas Dugal just looks a bit confused by the whole thing. It's like you can tell he's been like scribbling notes and like trying to work out what the fuck happened, basically. He's like, well, I know that I'm king now. How did that happen? Because I was kind of king before. I was king consort before, and now they're saying I'm not that anymore, but I'm king regent? What does that mean? Did I marry someone else? So, he's very confused. And then you're asked to take your seat. Your remarks, Alexico says, your remarks will be taken into consideration before judgment is rendered. And then up steps Falkwin So obviously she says, Mage Falkwin, and then whatever your family's name was, because I still haven't remembered what that is. Yep, but whatever it is, that's what's stated. And obviously your title is Mage. The Arcanatrix. You have to step forward and take the stand.
I will keep things brief. Essentially, the Iron Law that we have been charged with breaking is for aiding a Fae. And our argument, my argument, I believe that the individual that we were charged with aiding cannot be considered to be a Fae. At least not in the sense that we understand the meaning of Fae.
Can I ask Sean, do you want to phrase it as the Iron Laws are for the Fae, not a Fae, as you've stated?
Yes.
And that your defense is we have aided a singular Fae, not the Fae as the Iron Laws state. Is that the gist of the point? Or
yeah, it's like it's like rather than aiding the enemy, it's just aiding someone who by no happy
circumstances.
But by no will of their own, they are associated by the enemy, are associated with the enemy.
Yeah, they even turned against them, right? Like they helped.
Exactly.
They aided us against the Fae. So yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Anything else you're adding? Or are you rolling your dice?
No. Falkwin keeps it brief. Is this a persuasion roll?
I think so.
Oh, good.
Unless you wanted to aim for intimidate, but I don't think you worded it right for that.
No.
You put me away, you damn your very souls! The world cannot turn without me.
I mean, the thing Falkwin would use for intimidate is, I think we agreed to not come to that too quickly.
And that surely would be Myr'ra's trying to understand.
Exactly. I mean, Falkwin really wants to. But Falkwin wouldn't even know whether the ring appears to be working or not.
Yeah.
That's something that only Myr'ra knows right now.
But there is a good assumption that if the guy that built this place gave Myr'ra a way of contacting him, it probably does work. Right? That's a reasonable assumption your character, who literally studied magic items, could make.
But not know for sure.
Correct. The number you have dialed has been disconnected.
Okay. Yeah, I think it fits with Falkwin to not put too much effort into actually attempting this persuasion. His whole shtick with this is, well, these are the facts, and if you're reasonable and intelligent, you'll think about them and consider them and go along with us because we're right. And if you're not, well, I'm not going to spend time trying to debate an idiot.
Yeah. So good that Caliban can't judge you right now.
So 0 effort.
Whoa.
Hey. Yep. That's not bad though. Not bad at all. I also just love how the inability just lays perfectly into that as well. It's just so good. I don't care. It's just, yeah. Because is it mysterious? Is that why you've got that? Is that the descriptor you've got?
Mystical.
Oh, is it mystical? Yeah, mysticals is the one.
Is that does that give you an ability with?
It must do. It must do. But yeah, just love the fact that that's still in that 20 regardless. So yeah, likewise, you put across the facts, which probably underline a lot of the points made by Alexica when she was reading out all the statements, right? Because a lot of that was you guys saying, we're only guilty of helping this guy, and this guy's chill. This guy helped us. He's the reason we had silver, which led to making weapons against the Fae beyond just the blades, right? So, reiterating a lot of the key points. Just now remember, folks, I know a lot of things are said about how we are guilty, but if you remember the words that weren't that we are guilty, but it was that, this dude helped with this, and this, and is still not in charge of the world yet. They're probably alright. So yeah. And again, Alexica gestures for you to take your your seat obviously mentions that the councillor or the blades will take into consideration your words, and then calls up Lady Ignysera. Emberveil?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's right. Yeah, so
Quilburn adjusts in his seat, obviously. Oh.
yeah. So Ignysera steps forward. She doesn't activate her Shroud of Flame, but maybe you see like the beginning of a flicker is about to go, and that casts like a long shadow across the chamber. And she speaks. Her voice is steady and unwavering. I do not deny our guilt. We broke the Iron Laws, as unyielding as they are. But even iron left untouched rust. Even the oldest scales shed with time. The Fey Wars were a scar burned deep into history, and these laws were forged to keep that fire from rising again. But laws are not wisdom. They are tools, meant to serve those who wield them with judgment, and judgment is not fear. The one we aided is powerful, yes, but strength alone does not make an enemy. If the law cannot see the difference, then it is not justice, it is blindness. If we are to cling so tightly to the past that we refuse to see what is before us, then we are no better than hoarders guarding dust. We did not act out of recklessness or defiance, but out of something older than any iron law. Mercy. To ignore that is to be ruled by fear, not wisdom. And I ask you, what dragon bows to fear? If we are to be punished, so be it. But know this, when iron refuses to bend, it breaks. And when it does, it is fire that reshapes it. And then she steps back, and the flickering kind of glow goes back again. And then she goes...
Indeed, yes. Yes, very nice, very nice. And then Kalli rolls. And you can definitely have 2 assets for that speech, considering how well it was worded. Mm-hmm.
Oh my gosh, okay. Can it be intimidation? Because I was mean at the end.
I mean, effectively it was kind of a make your choices carefully speech anyway, right? Like, yeah. I don't think intimidate's actually a stretch here, because you're saying, well, the line, when iron bends too much it breaks, right? Like, you know, or if iron doesn't bend, sorry, it breaks, and fire reforges it. So, yeah, you could wing that.
Yay. Thanks.
If Lockheart saw the book, it was taken off him. Yeah.
So I don't add bonus. I add it as an... bonus is just like a random extra thing, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly. You'd know if you had bonuses. It would be something that was very it would call it out.
I'm going to use 1 level of effort as well, which will be 3 because I have 3 things in my thing now. For
3 intellect edge, nice.
Yeah. And 2 asset.
Yeah. Well, hey, so what's the final total on that?
I don't know, what is the final total?
So that's what, 12 plus 17 is 29?
Okay.
It does feel appropriate it was 1 higher than Lockhart's. Despite Lockhart's legal power, it does feel like how well Kalli actually worded that was, 1 higher.
So like, I wanted to word something well, but like my thing is in my head is that she's not bad at speaking. She's a good speaker because she's been in like these chambers and things, especially back home. But she just doesn't know how to relate to non-draconic people.
And it's all flavoured through the kind of eyes of a dragon anyway, right? Like, you know, what dragon bows to fear, right? It's good. Oh, if only he didn't roll like a 20, and that 20, and a 29, and then have to rely on Nori.
And I have no persuasion at all. To
be fair, like Falkwin and Ignysera were a bit on the back foot technically as well. They just apparently knock it out of the fucking park. Do you know what I mean? We expect Lockheart to be good. Do you know what I mean? He's either in the 30s usually, or rolling ones. There's very little in between with Lockheart. But yeah, so yeah, your words will be taken into account before decision is rendered. And then Alexica gestures for you to sit as well, Ignysera. And then, like, you can hear like Helborn clearing his throat a bit at the speech as well, as if don't react. It's because it's your niece. Don't react. But then it goes anyway because of it. And then yeah, Mr. Nori Nediam.
I will stand up slowly, walk forward. Will bow slightly, and I will start the. Dear lords, members of the table, we were tasked many days ago to try and gain the stability of this. We were tasked by one of the people sitting at the table to maintain the quality of it. The Regent, Douglas Dugal, sent us on a mission. Found out to correct an error that had been doing this. Mercy, an entrapped creature. And that is what brings us trying to maintain the stability of this table. For one.
Yeah, do you want to roll?
Again, it's just going to be a straight intellect roll.
Okay. Do you have any actual penalties towards persuasion of any kind or social interaction of any kind?
No, there's nothing positive or negative. The only thing I've really got is sense and lies, whether a person believes me.
It feels like that's cheating, getting the verdict before the verdict, doesn't it?
Correct. But I can still use my stealth skills to get the hell out of here.
I forgot to do the thing again.
What
because my intellect edge is 3 now. It means I could have had a free effort.
I don't think it really matters within that 20, but you could have had the free effort if you want. Like,
yeah,
like I feel like it's, you know, we'll add it in. What would that would have countered your negative, right?
Yeah, so it means that would have beat a 6.
That's fine. Yeah, don't worry. I'll note that.
I use the other 3 people's speeches as being an asset.
Why not? Yeah, why not?
You taking it?
Yeah. And what's your final total? That's that. 27? No, not as high as that. Is it?
Oh, 18.
18. Because it's what, 12 plus 9? Yeah.
Oh, 21 then.
Yeah. Because it is 4 times 3, right? An asset plus 3 levels of effort is 12. And then you're adding 9. Yeah, so 21. Not bad, not bad. Okay. And then Alexica, you know, high speaker of the Church of Light, says your remarks will be taken into account before judgment is rendered. And then, obviously, you're gestured to sit. And then she pivots and looks to Vermi. Obviously, we have Myr'ra's speech and stuff as well, and Myr'ra rolled a 1 sadly on her speech, so just spilt tea over everybody. But
Turned bird.
just turned into a bird. Do you know what I mean? Started like pecking out.
Myr'ra starts rampage.
And then that's
the bee.
no, you don't. The last use had of the bee, it was with Katie.
Oh yeah, we dropped her off.
Yeah.
Katie, yeah.
It's with Katie, and we just hope Katie sent her to the Arcanatrix or forgot about her, and she's in a jar somewhere in Voros.
Probably forgot about her.
Yeah. But yeah, so then Alexica says, and given the charges levied against you, Queen Vermilion Lightscale, do you have any remarks you wish to be heard before judgment is rendered? And then she stands up, and you can see like the blade itself is like sat in a specific place next to her as well. So it's not like they can stop her getting it, but it's just her choice not to be carrying it, if that makes sense. Like it's more symbolic than anything else. And she kind of stands, and like, Vermi's pretty tall, do you know what I mean? Quite broad-shouldered and stuff. Tends not to dress too daintily. She's usually quite practical in how she dresses, having been almost barbarian-esque in stature and design. And she says, I was chosen by the Blade to rule my people, and this happened within my country. I took steps that I felt were necessary to secure my country against any problems or threats, either from the table or out with. Obviously there's definite camera angles on Pride when that's stated. Pride like leans forward almost like hungrily when she's saying that, going, oh, is she gonna go further? Like, Pride just seems quite excited about the whole thing. And Vermi says, you can judge me how you wish, but if I was to render aid to Kyril again, I would every time. Kyril gave up his life for me to be standing here today. I owe him. And she sits down. And Alexica's kind of standing there like, oh. Okay. Everybody else gave fairly impassioned speeches, and she's just like, fuckies. Like, I did what I thought was right. I'm a queen. How dare you judge me? Sits down.
Did it, and I'll do it again.
Yeah, basically. Like, it's conviction, if nothing else, right? Not the best word for here, but... What, sorry, Sean?
I'm still honestly confused at why the Blade continuing to choose Vermi is not being taken into account more. Like, if the Blades are the sort of personification of the Iron Will, I guess, isn't she by definition not in the wrong? Yeah, well, I don't know.
So, this came up with Margot, and Lockhart was kind of told to pick a lane when it came up with Margot, because Lockhart's whole thing was the Iron Laws need updated, and then later was like, but also the sword's still with Vermi, so why aren't we using that as a defense?
We can't argue both points.
And she's like, you either want to undo the system that we live by, or or we live by the system that we live by. And if the sword still picks her, we just accept that and we move on with our lives. Or if we're updating the system, we can't factor in that the sword still picked her, we just have to ignore that, because that shouldn't matter in this new system of updated laws that you want. So, yeah, it was definitely discussed that with Margot, but nothing in this council chamber, it seems.
Yeah, I think Falkwin's certainly in a different lane from Lockhart then. Falkwin's definitely of the opinion that, no, yeah, the Iron Laws make sense, they just don't apply to this situation, and evidence for that fact is the fact that Vermi is still bladed.
In the moment, it was a way to convince Margot to help, and it also was working with Quilburn. So while Lockhart also was like hoping to use them both, he wasn't going to risk losing Margot in the moment and potentially Quilburn over ecumenical matters. So it's like, yeah, fine, go for it.
Yeah.
Hand in the bush, as they say.
Bird in the bush, no? Bird in the hand, bird in the bush.
Burning bush, yeah. So, anyway.
Where's Myr'ra?
Where's Myr'ra? Myr'ra, yeah, in the bush hiding until she stops crowing out. Can you imagine if she crowed out, like rolling a 1 on her persuade check? Just, here's my eloquent, heartfelt, empathetic speech about why you all should get to know Chiral. Also, 2 seconds while I attack all of you as a giant werewolf because I rolled a 1.
And I'm not leaving till someone's dead.
I'm eating one of you.
My speech.
Yeah.
Oh.
Oh dear.
You're gonna die for some Fae. Someone is.
Yeah. Alexica says, we will now adjourn until the decision is rendered. And then there is a screen wipe until everyone's filtered back in. And this... It was probably 3 hours.
So 3 hours later.
Yeah, that has happened to this. So it's not just that it was...
My other action and my...
Hey, you can if you want, right? You've been doing nothing else, so you can recover if need be, if you've still got stuff to do. But yes, ultimately it was a case of he was waiting 3 hours, and you can tell that there must have been something worth debating. They wouldn't have kept you waiting without reason. At least that's what Snowstorm said. Snowstorm's like, there's no reason. Like, if they all had still agreed guilty, then you would have just been taken back and then sentence would have been rendered. But it could be they're debating the sentence. It could be that, I mean, 2 elves might be very vocal at each other. It's hard to say what's holding up the decision ultimately. But we know that them 2 disagreeing would just cut them out of the ultimate decision. So it would be unfair to say that the others would be petty, though, because if Lundoranthul and Modesta Lara did debate things, everybody else would listen. It's just that if at the end of that debate the elves didn't agree, it doesn't really matter. They'll still... Lundoranthul might have convinced Quilburn to vote a certain way based on how he spoke. It doesn't mean to say the elves get the vote anyway, but it might change Quilburn's vote. So it sounded a bit like almost schoolyard ignoring the way I was wording it initially, but like their points will still be factored in. It's just the elf vote doesn't count, sadly, unless they're all in agreement. Even if one of them was particularly making more sense than the others. But obviously we're not privy to that, sadly, of what their opinions are. We can probably guess what some of their opinions are, but they would be guesses. But yes, these are all filtered back in. Obviously all the blades come back in and take their seats. Place all of their blades in the specific slots, etc. Yeah, like, even back when Nori's speech had happened, the one thing I was going to say, but I didn't want to cut Andy off mid-speech in case it derailed it. Like, as soon as Douglas DeGale was mentioned, he was like, oh, that's me. Like, scribbling more notes. As if, wait, what did I do? Not taking into context of, am I being thrown under the bus?
I was very careful saying somebody at the table asked us to go looking at pride, but
oh, we all because even some people that might be assuming you mean Vermi as well, right? Like, there's enough vagueness to that statement that it gets through the bullshit. But yeah, Alexa says we will now call the vote. The first to vote are the elves. That's where we go to break. So, we'll be back in 10 minutes. I'll see you all then. Good hello. Hopefully.
Evening.
Okay, let's see.
Hello.
And hopefully we've got some audio that matches. Because we're back. We're back, baby. And enjoy.
We are
Alexandra.
so back.
Yep. Okay. Hear you.
Excellent. Welcome back to part 2 of part 16 of arc 4 of The Last of the Summer Elves. Never said that at the start because I forgot that's the title of the arc. But here we are, Last of the Summer Elves. Definitely. It's the 29th of the 3rd, 2025. I'm Viktor, the GM, and here are the players.
Hi, I'm Sean. I'm still playing Falkwin, who's the mystical speaker who keeps the magic ally.
Hi, I'm Kalli, and I'm playing Ignysera, who is a dragonfolk warrior who bears a halo of fire.
Good evening. My name is Alexander. Tonight I'll be continuing to play Lockheart Dourf, who's exactly the sort of person but interpreting the law.
Evening, everyone. I'm Chris. I'm playing Nori Nediam, a Half-Elven explorer who likes to infiltrate.
I don't know why, but in my head, now that EA Sports challenge everything thing, I had Half-Elven explorer who likes to challenge everything is what played in my head, and it just fits. It just fits.
I'll take that.
Yeah.
That's a new. We have to.
A new focus
add
will
some
build for you. Yeah.
characteristics for that. Yeah.
It's very good.
Especially when my Baren side comes out.
Yeah, or Barlen.
Barlen.
Yeah. Okay, so I'm gonna change things slightly from how we went on the cliffhanger. That was for dramatic effect. The votes are being read out in reverse blade order. Okay, so that's a slight addendum to reality. Or amendment to reality, not addendum. It's an amendment to reality.
We're trying to avoid the Fae having any involvement in here, and you're changing things.
Yeah, I can't help it. I'm part Fae. That's why I keep fading into the
Oh
background.
no!
It
I knew
actually
it.
always happens that
Well, it'll have to happen one way, I suppose. But yes, so, as we all know, because there's an order to the table, who are the last people of the table, and thus who are the first people to say their vote? Come on, class, you know this.
dwarves.
Douglas Dugal, probably.
Dwarves.
The Draconics are the fifth blade.
Well, that's who
And I didn't, I'm sorry.
That's okay. Yep. The Draconics are the fifth blade. They give their vote first. Okay. It was just dramatic effect to start with Elves before the break. Cliffhanger and such. Like, rewind a bit before the vote goes. So yes, Alexa Goodridge announces, obviously, King Quilburn Lightscale of the Draconics, fifth blade of the table, and stands, big impressive wingspan, etc. Looks quite reserved about the whole affair, though. He's trying not to seem too imposing, despite being physically probably the biggest person in this room. And he says, "Not guilty," and then sits back down. Alexa Goodridge then refers to the fourth member of the Blades. Anyone?
Margot.
Yes, exactly.
Dwarves the same.
Not quite the same
Margot?
stature as she stands up, but obviously still broad of shoulder. Queen,
Stands up in a still to be even bigger.
Queen Margot Stargazer, or gives her vote and says, "Not guilty." Do we know who's next? The third blade.
Douglas.
Now, I kind of want to object to Douglas getting a sole vote on this, considering all three elf councillors get to vote on behalf of their blade. I mean, well, Verme's right here and is not being allowed to vote, okay, for fair reasons, but then there are other councillors aside from just Douglas. Douglas Dugal does not hold a blade.
The problem
He's not
is
special.
he was still king consort on paper, so that's why it kind of fell to him. Because Loudon could not take this seat, given that she's Verme's mum.
Sure.
So sadly, there was that really awkward line of, "It's actually Douglas." What? How? How is it Douglas? That law needs updated.
Somehow Douglas returned.
Yeah. Brian Blessed
I
is the
don't
emperor.
think we're really in a place to object.
Objection! We're so good.
Objection!
But yes, the third blade
Depends how he
seat
votes.
stands up, shuffles his papers a bit, and he runs his fingers through his beard, and obviously a loose crumb falls. And he goes, guilty. And then the second blades have to vote. Who's the second blade?
Pride.
So yes, up stands Michelle Gomez, adjusting her pencil skirt, and grinning, drawing her eyes slowly off all of you, and then blowing a kiss to Vermi. A guilty.
Pardon?
What a
And then sits down.
Frick.
No, it's all right. It's all right.
I thought
Oh,
she was going to do
this is
something like
because-
that.
This is because of Vermi. This is because Vermi in order.
I don't know if you have tallied the votes so far.
Mm-hmm.
Great.
The elves
I
have the
wonder.
decision.
Oh god.
Can we do another break?
They're the
Is that
most wild card.
Another break. And yes. And then Alexa Gariches. And representing the first blade, can the spokesperson from the Elves stand? And Irduardnon stands, because obviously Linda Anthwil and Modesta Lara couldn't agree which one of them should be the spokesperson. So naturally it should be the neutral third party. So yeah, Irduardnon, who is quite quite a jocular, buffish, fit looking, almost looks like they were in some kind of strongman Olympic Games type thing, but with elven parameters to that physique, right? So they do seem quite live. They're quite big. They always have the demeanor of the Ghost of Christmas Present vibes as well. They're definitely quite a jolly person naturally, but they're doing their best to look serious in this moment, despite their kind of nature of being quite happy-go-lucky. And they go, the elves have all agreed. Not guilty.
Okay.
Interesting.
And then Alexa Cridge brings the trial to a conclusion, of course. There's lots of legal jargon that happens that probably Lockheart pays attention to and nobody else does, because they're probably still reeling from the fact that the table members are departing the room. It's done. Snowstorm gets up and goes, I don't know what to say other than congratulations, and let us retire to some more comfortable surroundings. And then, yeah.
Yes, let's. It's strange to be on this side of the stands.
Let us hope it is not something you have to experience often.
I'm buying the first drinks.
And yeah,
We're avoiding pride, yeah.
Pride's avoiding us
It's up to you.
Why?
at the moment.
Now shall I tell everyone everything about Pride?
This was a really dumb thing for her to do.
No.
Spiting us when Kalli actually is able to now spill the beans. Why is Pride just here to have fun? At her own expense? I don't get it.
No, I think she's having fun at our expense.
But this was a huge miscalculation because we got off. Right?
Yeah, exactly. That's why it was funny for her, is my reading of it. Because she probably knew which way that it was going to land. So she'd get to watch us squirm with that. And, we thought we had the answer there. And she gets to pull one over us without actually breaking any of the agreement.
Makes her look less guilty for anything she might be accused of.
Yeah. Yeah, it makes it look also less that we've kind of helped stack the deck in our favour.
I think she knew that because she knew how the others were going to vote, she could do this as a fuck you to Vermi, essentially.
And if they're in their deliberations, she had gone in like, yes, they're definitely guilty. It's probably going to make Modesta Lara more likely to be on our side.
The good old reverse psychology.
So I don't think we should try and burn bridges with Pride yet. Like we can see
maybe even a bit.
maybe I'm completely wrong, and she did miscalculate, but I don't think it does well to underestimate Pride.
So you're taken to a much more comfortable room than you have been previously. This is more like the ambassadorial suite you were initially given. You can tell this is lived in now, so this might be snowstorms, like quarters in the building. And they immediately like gesture to seats and move like some clothing out the way. And once they've like shuffled to a room and closed the door over and come back, they go to like their kind of drinks cabinet and say, "How strong a drink are we feeling in the moment? I think something of a vintage older than myself, I think. Yes." And then like they reach to like a higher shelf.
Okay, just very, very quick insight check. Just want to make sure. Okay, just hear me out for 1 second and then ignore me. Snowstorm's definitely not the heart piercer, eh?
They're the wrong kind of elf for all the suspects.
For what we think, exactly. But that's what they wanted us to think.
We do think it's a bronze bark, right?
No, a
Yes.
gold leaf.
Gold leaf.
Yeah. Not a silver thorn. It was what it was in my mind.
The reason why
And that's my
it's
problem with
it's
Modesta Lara.
yeah, it's suspected that it's a gold leaf because of the weird gold light reported at several instances, and the gold light is usually the way into Mirage. It's like a beam of gold light that appears and makes the door.
Can I just insight check the way that they're speaking isn't anything like the way that the heart piercer spoke?
Sure. Yeah.
Our plot twist. What if it's Alaben?
What?
Not sure I should do it, but it's good.
She's wily.
Yeah.
I believe
That's
in
why
her.
she wanted my bow.
Yeah. You mean I can pierce hearts at range? What are we looking at?
16.
Okay, yeah. They seem shocked by the results, but also relieved incredibly by the results. None of that gives off the arrogant confidence of the heart piercer, who at no point felt like they were ever not in control of the situation. Snowstorm seems like they've just dodged a bullet. Or an avalanche. Which may or may not be their aunt.
Cool. No, just wanted to,
Yeah.
in case.
So no, there is, unless they're very, very, very good at hiding who they are. Wait a minute. Then, yeah, you don't think it's them.
Mm.
So yes, he's all, I guess, want some old vintage elven wine. Some goblety things are set out. Like you can tell these are like quite fancy for obviously some kind of like ambassador to ambassador bullshit meetings, right? But they definitely seem like they've reached for like a fancier bottle. And they start pouring in. Like as soon as the thing's uncorked, like this kind of like cinnamon smell from the wine hits everyone's nostrils. It's very Christmassy vibed if it was us. It would resonate with, but it gives off kind of like cozy wintry vibes. Like, you know, a nice warm fire with a cozy hot drink looking out into the snow is the strong vibe of the olfactory. So they just kind of sit, you know, kind of toasting, you know, like they cheers everyone basically, and then they sit back and just almost hugging their cup in their chair, just like, oh, it's fucking over, and then just sip away. They don't say much. They just, as if they know they've got the rest of the day off, basically, and they're happy with that. Any
Our
discussion?
appreciation for your support.
So you'll be a well wanted. You'll be famous.
Hopefully not. Being the Hand of the King is quite demanding enough of my time, and I am fortunate that the duties can wait till tomorrow.
Yes, I think we should savor the moment, but I do think it is importance of things to come. If we have been acquitted of this, it does set in motion changes, potentially, that we will need to try and keep on top of.
And then Snowstorm sits up straight all of a sudden and sits their cup on the table in front of them, and then just kind of stares into space for like 5 seconds and goes, "Oh, your queen wishes to speak with you all. Please follow me, or quickly drink the wine."
I'm taking my mind with me. This feels like kind of home.
It's not old enough to drink.
Like by
You
whose
will never
standards?
know.
By human or elven standards, yeah. So
Teenage
Spend more time in
drinking.
pubs than you guys.
I think Lockhart would take like a sip and then give the rest to Nori as well.
and like you can see that anything that hasn't been drunk is being poured back into that bottle. And Snowstorm is taking the glass back off of you, Nori. So it's like, finish it or lose it. And they're like, no, they're saying, finish it or lose it. Like, they're not going to wrestle you for it, but they're definitely wanting their cups back. And yeah, then they like cork up the bottle, set it back on the shelf, and they go, "Please allow me to guide you all to your queen's chambers." And then you start getting marched down the corridors to like the part where like Verme's like room would be in the place. Can everyone roll an intellect defense roll?
Like defense.
Yeah. No reason at all.
Do anything
just-
different to roll it as defense? Or just-
It's just to differentiate if you've got abilities that specifically give you
Okay.
intellect defense. It's not necessarily common.
Mm-mm.
I do.
Yeah. You said that like the Stonecutters song.
Are you allowed to roll? Are you allowed to add effort on these sort of surprise rolls?
Any task
Okay.
can have effort. Yep, that's why I love this system.
Yeah, because I forgot to last time. So.
Amazing.
Oh no!
Oh,
So I'm trained and I have effort, but it's an at one.
I love it. It's my fave. Okay.
used all my effort again.
Do we have yours yet? Yeah, is yours the first one? Lockhart.
I could just say no to this and re-roll it with an XP.
Good, but where's the fun in that?
Sorry, mine's just coming.
It's okay.
Mm,
Embrace the goblin in Hannah's absence. Or re-roll it. It's entirely up to you. That's why XP exists as well. It isn't all for leveling up.
I am behind the level curve though, so I'm gonna bank on surviving this. Take it on the chin.
So you have an inability in this? Because your mind is too open because you're empathic? Yes. You let too many people in your brain. Just they forget they've been there, usually. So, what are our totals, please? I know, obviously, Falkwin, you're covered, don't worry.
How do you work out the totals again? Sorry,
So,
Mike.
see any efforts or assets that are factored in, that counts as 3 on a dice.
That's three
Yeah.
extra points. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, so you've got 17.
I've got 17 as well.
Nice.
20.
So, Falkwin, you're at the head of the group as you're all being walking down. Again, just going through the council tower, as it were. You're heading up to where the kind of the third blade quarters would be. You're about halfway towards that location, at least anyway, and you immediately feel Alban appear and vanish as this mental assault hits your brain, as if she has tried to stop that and been swept aside. The rest of you, not as dramatic, sadly, but all of you take steps into a meadow.
Mine was 23, but it's probably not going to make a difference.
It doesn't make a difference, but thank you for the clarity. But yeah, as you are walking in the corridor, it's immediately clack, clack, clack. Soft grass! What? The only person that gets any indication there was a shift in venue is Falkwin, for the fact that you obviously felt Alban.
Oh, okay.
What were you going to say?
I was thinking out loud.
Think out loud. I like to drink my drink.
I was kind of hoping this was going to be Bran and Elle, but I think it's probably Cairo.
Okay. But yes.
That seems hopeful thinking to me.
Well, yeah, okay. That's. I mean, the even worse idea would be it's another more different Fae, a Fae with a capital F.
My name's Judgment. I'm the Fae of After Trials. Yeah.
If we're thinking out loud, I'm more in the Gold Leaf camp.
Okay.
Because if we're in Cascade, we should be safe from Fae things. Or some sort of summer elf based shenanigans would be my...
Summer elves? They're all gone! Not had a summer elf in these parts for 20 years! And then another 880. But yes, you end up in the meadow. There's butterflies coming off of a bush. There is trees, there's songbirds in the distance. There's beautiful sun, not a cloud in the sky, very lovely vibrant blue. And then all of a sudden there's trodden dirt, as if it's been hard packed dirt, with stone tables in a circle, as if you've literally turned around and you were here the whole time. And sitting at one of the tables is Modeste Lara. And she goes, I wanted to catch you for a conversation before you all spoke with your queen. Please, have a seat. I will be brief.
Lockheart sits down.
And she's sat quite casually, her hands, elbows on the table, right? You can tell, she seems a lot more, or a lot less formal than she normally is. Who else joins Lockheart? This kind of looks like somewhere you would go in summer camp to, by the way, but with stone tables set up and stuff. It looks old.
Knowing I have no weapons, no cloak, no nothing, I gingerly take a seat.
Yeah.
I'm not pissed about this time.
Ignysera, Falkwin?
Yeah, I will sit down as well, seeing that they are seeming more casual and a bit more kind of not relaxed, but
yeah,
that sort of vibe.
Falkwin's definitely a bit more pissed, if nothing else, from the fact that Alban took a hit for this. It's this was a very rude invitation.
She kind of looks at you as you say that, and she goes, then have my apologies, and take a seat.
Definitely hesitates a bit before taking the seat.
Yeah, so if you're if you're visibly hesitating, she'll say, one of us will die out of stubbornness before the other.
Can't argue with that. He doesn't say that out loud.
Yeah,
But this was already going through my head. It's Well, she is basically all-powerful in this world, certainly in this room.
In this space, probably, yeah. I am, at least. She is still technically mortal.
By our standards.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. And then once you're all sat down, she says, I imagine the vote was somewhat of a shock to some of you. But the elves voted the way the case was presented. You all spoke very well on behalf of yourselves and of your queen's endeavours. What is next for you all? What preparations should I make to safeguard this world against your folly? And there's like a beat that hangs in the air, and she goes, that was a joke. Yous can all relax. Yous are not on trial anymore.
Falkwin does not relax.
Yeah, tenses more.
And does not soften his glare.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And in classic fashion, Lockhart is like, he's like, this is a nice, it's a nice place. I wish I could bring people to conduct business in such pleasant environs.
Unfortunately, this place was destroyed by the Fae. This lives only in my memory now.
And it is good that it remains somewhere.
Quite. Well, she gestures vaguely to the group.
What are we doing next?
Yeah, that's basically like her point is like, what the fuck are you guys getting up to next? Because given everything you have done so far, she wants on the inside track, basically.
Well, I think your concerns are are most warranted, and would it help go to agency, I guess, is Lockhart was essentially going to suggest, does she want to meet Caro? As like a, I know you don't like this, but would meeting it like help? But also is like, don't want her to just like shank him.
I mean, if MD could hurt a Fae with just their power alone, she's probably up there on the list, right?
I think we avoid it, to be honest. I think we tell her that we're going to Dinosaur Island to collect some eggs, something very mundane, and see where it goes from there.
I don't think she cares about that. She'll just be like, no, what in like the bigger sense of the word, you don't care about your little tasks you're going on.
Exactly.
Just try and distract her. Dinosaur Island. Going on holiday. We're free.
Now that we're out of the fireplace, do we alert her to the other fire that is still alight somewhere in the world?
Which one of the many I can think of are you specifically thinking of?
I'm thinking of Bran and El.
Okay.
Because if he's not our nuclear ticket out of whatever that was just now, he's probably a problem to be solved, or at the very least, a challenge to be addressed.
Is it something we're able to address, though?
Or a quest giver to be accepted the quest of.
Here is my question. What do you think Modeste Lara's views on Bran and Hill are? Because that might help you decide if you want to bring him up or not.
I think she's probably it would be wrong to say that she worships the ground he walks on, but I think she's probably got a very positive look on him.
Okay.
She hates the Fae. He's basically the reason they beat the Fae before. He was the fearless commander who led them to victory. Yeah. And gave his life and the life of all of his people for that victory. So maybe she does worship the ground he walks on, frankly.
Okay, interesting. Kalli, your thoughts on that question?
I missed it when I was sneezing.
That's okay, bless you. It's like, what do you think Modestalara's opinion or views on Branonel are? Because it's probably worth gauging that as a party before deciding to say, by the way, we've got a phone number to Branonel if you want to just deal with that for us, please.
I don't know. Yeah, it might be kind of like reverence for them. I'm not sure, to be honest.
That's fine. Yeah, not sure is a valid answer. Lockheart?
Yeah, I mean, I think there certainly would be that like respect and that they were the leader that got them through. Obviously, that was some time ago, and now she is sort of the leader. Maybe not solely, but she has taken on much of his role. And I would wonder if there would be a bit of concern. Similarly, of the like, I think you said earlier, like Faye are back and Branonel's back. It's all back to the war, or is it all back to everything going terribly now? Even if that's not, even if the two things aren't related, it could be quite conflicting emotions from her within that. Also, if she did go and investigate and he didn't want investigated, there is a reasonable chance that she does know.
Well, if you think back to the third arc, I think Sean had said she definitely knew who that guy was and didn't tell us and could have told us. So there's an angle to consider that, if they believe that also. Obviously that's speculation, but I have to be vague here.
It just wouldn't put it. I wouldn't put it past her to have kind of acknowledged and be keeping tabs on it in her own way. Yeah, I could see that going either way.
Nori.
It's something, to be honest, I hadn't thought about, that at the present time, would she care one way or the other? As long as he's sticking to his island and not causing any trouble.
It's a big if, isn't it?
It is, but...
And we know he hasn't.
And you did suspect that she knows that he hasn't also.
Yeah. Yeah, it's something I haven't considered, to be honest.
And I believe Hannah did tell you all that he does seem to have a bigger plan to get his people back. She was upfront about that, and that did involve quite a lot of potential collateral Hannah was worried about. So, calamity could ensue.
I think for me that would be one of the points. I think it would be up to Hannah to suppose that here.
Okay.
I know technically she's here, but I think...
No, I get what you mean. Obviously, it would make more sense if Hannah took charge on most Branonel conversations, but again, narratively excused, she was quite happy for you guys to lead on in her absence if you felt the need to bring him up. So, it would be kind of cruel though to bring him up and then leave her to deal with it next session. That's all I would say.
Bring her up then.
But yes, it's just probably worth gauging wherever these thoughts are regarding what could happen, because we know that Modestalara is obviously, I mean, in my opinion, fairly reasonable as a person, fairly straight to the point when it comes to a lot of things. Whether or not you agree with her is a very different story, but yeah, I know you have suspected that she has misled you, but it's something worth doing. She also didn't need to have this conversation either with you all. But she's also doing it in a very subtle way, right? Where it's like, oh, I'm not officially going to meet with you.
And she did vote to not guilty us.
Yeah. I mean, there is that. You could always ask her about that if you cared, but yeah. She didn't give the impression she was a not guilty voter when she was in the room with you guys, right? So, yeah. So, with that in mind, back in the room, the question remains, what's next for you lot? Her concern about your impact on the world is reasonable, I think.
I think one of the angles that, and it's a fairly neutral angle that Lockheart would be taking is that the table will be needing to make moving forward with its relations across the Expanse Sea, and with our recent visit from the other continent, it would be good to, or we would like to ensure that we are fully current on the response.
Have you learned anything more about that? You did bring 2 of those soul gems to me to release.
We did liaise with the Arcanatrix. I'm sure much of it has
She
been
waves
made.
a hand dismissively of that. Goes, and what have you discovered? And she's like very much, what have you discovered? Not the Arcanatrix.
Was there anything that we found that they hadn't? I mean,
well, you could tell her about the refracted souls or something, right? Like,
yeah,
that's pretty much the gist of what you've learned, right?
It's just, do we basically have to get told that by the Arcanatrix?
Yeah.
So Lockhart is going to somewhat assume she already knows this, but is willing to be upfront and sharing anything that they know, because I don't see there being any point in not. And yes, slightly sort of bashful about it. It's like, well, simply that they do not contain individual souls, that they seem to be reflections or refractions of a small number, maybe a dozen or so of souls. Seems to be of what are more magically learned.
It's subtle. You can there's like a movement with like her eyelids, right? Because obviously her eyes are like milked over, but her eyelids like harden a tiny bit. And she goes, "That is quite contrary to what I experienced when I released the 2 souls. 2 souls were released."
Could that be a sign of when they are released, they take their own form, and when they are housed, they are more of a reflection? Your knowledge of magic, and Lockhart will be kind of looking at the more magic-y people, being like, this ain't law. So just trying to kind of make some sort of bridge between those 2 statements. Would it be that, the reality that you're experiencing is the after effect of what we've experienced. Yeah. Obviously, he's not trying to discount what she's saying. He's just trying to find a way to bridge the 2.
Yeah. Was Ignysera going to say something there, or?
Yeah, I could say like maybe there are a collection in each. Because there's how many gems were there? Like
thousands.
A shit ton.
Like thousands. Yeah. Enough to just tip out onto the entire docks of the city from a massive like sailing ship. Yeah.
No. Yeah. Then her brain, and then she kind of wanders off like, no, I don't think that would work, and then just kind of carries.
Yeah, and like Modesta Lerna says, the 2 I released were souls of their own right. They did not seem to be faceted, as the Arcanatrix report suggests. However, given the additional information we have had since the former Grand Master's murder, it would perhaps be a flawed reporting system. Perhaps the Arcanatrix merely told us something to calm us all. Also swallowing a hair, apparently. I'm not sure which one it is. There we go. You can tell she has like
We're also-
she's got no respect for the Arcanatrix by the sounds of things. But not like a kind of disrespect, fuck them kind of way. Just not. Let's talk about other things. And then she says, if the study that they had performed was correct, and that there were between perhaps 12 or 13 origin souls, and these were being refracted into thousands of crystals to somehow amplify the resonance of all of them. That's one thing. These would be akin to mirrors. But that is not what I experienced. Have the Arcanatrix suggested there are now 11 or 12? Or is it 10 or 11, I think you should say. Whatever missing 2 is. So she kind of posits that as that would answer a question, at least. Did 2 get out? And if so, that means technically there should only be like, 10 or 11 kicking about now.
We were also told when we visited Sin with our friend Myr'ra that the demon could live off these for many years.
Her entire posture changes when you talk about like devils, and
That's why I'm doing it.
like her slightly relaxed, leaning over a picnic table type demeanor. Like she straightens her back, and like her hands come off the table and like cross on her lap, and she goes, "Parasites can live off most things if they are desperate enough." Which very quickly puts a stop to that conversation.
And Lockhart's still trying to be fairly relaxed. Maybe we'll lean sort of on the table a bit. And do you believe that Master
Gamble.
Gamble? I think Gamblin. I was like, that's not right.
It's Gembol. Gembol.
Yeah.
Gembol.
Master Gamble's murder is related to his position and the influx of the gems.
It sounds like you believe this, Lockhart.
I had much admiration and respect for the late master, and
Why?
he was a learned man, particularly of magic, but also of diplomacy in ways that few tend to merge together.
You think there's
certainly not me.
merit in negotiating with those across the expanse when they have little interest other than what can come from the end of a blade? And she chuckles at that. Because there's irony in that statement, right?
Mhm.
Even you saying there's irony in that statement is irony. Like, yeah.
And Locke is like, as a diplomat, I think there's always value in diplomacy.
You would be out of a job, I believe, if you believed otherwise.
And Master Gamble did not need to study in the way that he did, but it was an interest of his, and he did it with great alacrity.
You dance with
And-
claws, Lockhart, and you cannot complain if you become scratched.
And so, do you perhaps then share that it was related?
And obviously, like, she's kind of hard to read because she never makes eye contact with anyone, given that she's blind. Like the kind of milked over eyes. But she definitely always seems to be staring off at things, as if mostly in thought a lot. And considering she can appear how she wants in this weird mind memory thing, right? Like, she's obviously very distinctly happy with the fact that this is how she visually appears. And she says, "What I believe regarding the Arcanatrix will not bring Grandmaster Gamble back. It is unlikely to solve his murder."
But your
Is there?
opinion does
Let's
matter.
see. My opinion has sway in many places, Lockhart, but within the Arcanatrix, it is less influential. I have kept my distance from that institute. The gold leaf ways are not for the many. Falkwin, you have been taught, probably quite distinctly, gold leaf magic, because your stuff's celestial in nature, all taught by Aluben, which is probably you're thinking, oh, I probably use gold leaf magic. Huh. So you're probably quite unique in that front.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
But she's basically just said, my influence or opinion or whatever isn't going to solve this crime. Like, why even ask, basically? And you're obviously saying, well, it matters. And she's like, it doesn't. Obviously, you could push her if you wanted to, but it's up to you if you think it's...
I think Lockhart will simply say, then perhaps and then perhaps this is why we should keep a close eye for claws.
So perhaps you're suggesting that you and your colleagues could be assigned some kind of information gathering mission across the Expanse Sea, thus removing you from this continent's concerns for a time. I quite agree.
If that is the will of the council?
It's my will. It is not the will of the council yet.
We had already planned that.
How convenient then.
Not so far as the other continent, but we were going to Dinosaur Island.
A vacation, perhaps? And you can tell that's sarcasm. Like, nobody goes to Dinosaur Island for a vacation. You should have led with that, Nori, because then my problems could have been eaten.
Yes, very clever.
We can bring back a pet, if you like.
These are quite the pet enough. Peeved as I may be. And like, you can tell, like, this is not the Modest Lara you spoke to before. It's almost like she doesn't need to be the royal figurehead in here.
Do we talk to her about other murders that have happened that maybe involve a gold leaf? Do you think?
Go for
she
it.
would have? No, I think this would not help.
It's like,
I'll bring
does
that up.
she
I'm happy to bring that up after the last conversation.
Yeah.
Modest Lara doesn't seem to believe that the Barlen have a right to live, so for all we know, it's got royal assent behind it.
Her opinion is clearly shared by other gold leaf elves, and if they don't have a right to live, they're going to go and stab them all.
She didn't.
I'm so...
I will say, she didn't say they should all die. She said they gave away their right to have a say in the world.
Yeah, they'd had a right, to say them as well. They didn't say that.
And if she
They
wasn't
should be dead.
on Operation Kill All Fae, after her views of the Fae War, it's unlikely she's going to be on Operation Kill All Barlen. Just saying that's reasonable assumptions you can make about Modest Lara. It doesn't mean they're true.
I don't think she's a mass murderer. I don't even necessarily think she condones mass murder. But
No, I don't think it's her. I just want to find out.
like the views she's espousing on them not having the right to a say in the world, it's not hard to see how one of her subjects might hear that and then immediately and then sort of take that and run with it and think, okay, well, this must be okay then.
Yeah.
Still going to bring it up.
Go for it.
Nori, go. Chaos. Chaos Goblin, go.
Do it for Hannah.
The conversation we had in the room before the trial. Emily being murdered. One of my missions will be to seek out this person. Put an end to them if I can.
So you're looking to match murder with murder?
I believe this person still hunts me. So I'm defending myself.
And this person, they are killing... Because, like, how much have you told her? Right? Because you haven't read through anything yet, right? You
They're
just said
killing.
You've said
Barlin.
no. I'm just remembering. So you have actually said in the last session,
Yeah.
someone's killing Barlin, right?
Yes.
And that person killed your parents. So you've said that. So she can. I'm just working out
We
what she
didn't
can.
insinuate whether they were a
Yeah.
goldleaf elf.
Yeah, I know that
Yes.
part. Yeah, that's fine. I'm just wondering how much she can piece together for her replies. That's all. So she doesn't metagame, obviously. So I think she could assume that you mean you're going to go try and kill the Barlen killer, right? I think that's reasonable to assume. Based on what you've said. Obviously, if you disagree, please say no. But
I would put it a different way
Yeah.
after that last conversation. I would say I'm going after the killer of my mother, who was a bronze bark elf.
yes, you are quite the unique child, aren't you, Nori? Born
So it
to two
seems.
worlds.
Possibly 3.
She narrows, like, her eyes as if immediate doubt.
No, it's going to be 2. It's going to be human and.
Well, she's doubting it. You could explain more if you wanted, but you can immediately tell that she just disagrees with the idea of it's 3 worlds. But you could still believe it's.
I'll leave it. I'll leave it at 2. But Barlen just means it's a human that's made a deal, not necessarily that it's.
Barline represents a human that's no longer in possession of their soul, for whatever that means. Yeah. They gave it up to make a deal. And the deal went the way they wanted enough that they didn't become a Falgain.
Yeah.
So yeah. Okay. You're not giving her much to work with that version of the story, though. Just so you know. There's not much
Do you
can-
want to hear more?
She goes, of your quest for vengeance. Will it take
Of my
long?
quest. There's only one more thing to say.
Then please.
During the investigations, we have witnessed and been told of a golden light as the person we call the Heart Piercer disappears. Our belief is it is one of your kin.
Yeah, her shoulders having maybe slightly relaxed with some of the jokes she'd made, maybe immediately tense back up again. Again,
I like putting her in this position.
Yeah, and the hands come back off the table again, crossed on her lap. And she goes, are you insinuating that a goldleaf elf is this heart piercer killer out killing Barlen?
From witness descriptions and our own, that leads us to believe that. We don't have the proof yet. The closest anybody has came was actually Lockhart. But the illusion cast was way beyond anything that we knew.
And what if I were to tell you that all goldleaf elves remain in Mirage and have not left?
Then somebody is trying to cause strife.
If your witness statements are correct and not simply slander against the goldleaf elves, then only a goldleaf elf may open the gate to Mirage.
Our quest for more information. Go on then.
I can tell you this now, Nori. I am aware of no goldleaf elves on this or the other continent. And I would know.
Does she make any pointed glances at Falkwin when she says that?
No. She's blind.
Right. Yeah.
That's like either if she can't sense Alabern.
Pray tell, how would you know?
Also, keep in mind, Aliben offered her the gem. You didn't know, right? So I know Kalli doesn't know this part, but like when they were giving in the council chamber last time, they gave Modesta Lara one of the soul gems they were holding. They also thought they'd given one to Sloth. Aliben stayed behind and took it from Sloth and gave it to Modesta Lara. She freed both by just crushing both gems in her hand, releasing the souls. That's a scene that's probably pertinent to the context here. So technically she's, like, Aliben's interacted with Modesta Lara. Nothing was said.
I forgot about this.
Yeah, all that happened, but nothing special. No weird interact, just someone handing, and obviously Aliben treated her with reverence, but Modesta Lara didn't react other than taking the soul and crushing it and letting it go. And then going off to deal with whatever business she had to deal with, given the clusterfuck of the situation. But yeah, and you, back to Falkwin there, you said, and how would you know? Is that what you said?
Mm-hmm.
She goes, are you really questioning my ability to keep tabs on my own subjects?
Well, just say, for talking's sake.
Please, remain bold. It is suiting. I would not wish us to be this close now and have polished words. She's basically saying, just be blunt.
I don't know how to respond to this because I don't want to
throw Aliben under the bus.
Yeah, I don't want to let on anything about Aliben that she doesn't want to say herself.
Just depends if you think she knows that she blasted past her to do this to you.
Mm-hmm. Suppose I knew for a fact that there was a Goldleaf elf in Cascade that you appear to not know about. How could that be?
Have I forgotten myself? Is this a riddle, Falkwin?
No, I'm being literal.
I would say that you are quite mistaken. All Goldleaf elves are accounted for.
What does that mean? All that are now? All that ever were?
There's an eyebrow raise, right, from her expression, like she's not really sure what the difference in her answer would be, other than she says, as I said, Falkwin, all Goldleaf elves are accounted for.
How many is that?
Information you wish to gain? Tactical information regarding the Goldleaf position in this world? I could not offer that up. I would be betraying my people. Where do you keep your money when you sleep at night, Falkwin? Are we sharing all of our secrets?
Say a gold elf transferred their consciousness into the body of another. A Goldleaf elf transferred their conscience. The words that I said, but in the order you know I meant them. Yes.
Yep.
Would your methods detect this?
Are you implying that there is a Goldleaf elf possessing someone else? Or are you implying a Goldleaf elf has transformed themselves into that of another race?
Well, we're not sure which it could be. This heart piercer, you know. We haven't really found them yet.
You're basing the Goldleaf accusation on witness statements. It would be beneficial if I were able to interrogate these witnesses myself, because I could read their minds much more clearly than they could remember.
Who were the witnesses again?
Oh, you weren't ever told. There was never names given, but obviously they were like catalogued somewhere by someone, probably like Myr'ra's grandmother.
Yeah, I was going to say, who told us about it? Was it Granny Featherstone? Yeah. Because
they'd been investigating that as well.
Mm-hmm.
And you can tell why, because they obviously being so involved in the refugee thing, it all makes sense why they'd really, really care about that.
Mm.
And there is a devil helping the refugees out too. We know that. But yeah, so Modest Lara is like, well, I can mind read these people and I'll get the answers if they actually know anything or if they just thought they've seen. Because obviously she'd recognise the gate to Mirage, right? And if they have seen it, she'd be like, oh yeah, that is the gate. Or she'd be like, nah, that's just someone's fucking bonfire. Do you know what I mean? I mean, what's the next most powerful thing in the world down the chain from going, oh, we can blame that on the Fae? It's like, oh, it's those Goldleaf that fucked off. Yeah, those weird, tricksy, illusiony, magic-y elves that are too good for this world.
The way she said all gold leafs are accounted for.
You're so hung up on that.
That just makes me think, like, is there some conspiracy? Are there actually only
yes,
like
your
3
conspiracies
gold leafs left? Like, are there actually only like 3 gold leaf elves left in the world? Are there few enough that she definitely knows every single one of them?
I mean, how old is she? She probably knows every one of them anyway if there was thousands and thousands and thousands of them, right?
Sure.
Maybe she was breeding loads of gold leaf elves in Mirage for the inevitable Fae War again. Hard to say.
Nori's starting to put 2 and 2 together and getting very concerned that we're being played.
Bye.
A name I'm not allowed to mention at this table due to a secrecy
Okay.
act that only somebody above us can mention her name. Said her this time.
Okay, yeah. Yeah. Okay, so as a player agency conversation though, Chris, you definitely can talk about the fact that you think maybe Pride's playing you?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, we could always say it in a way, because like I was thinking the same, like say whether it's either a gold leaf elf or it's someone trying to pin it on the gold leaf elves. Who would that be?
Exactly.
I mean, you could just say that, yeah. Like, Sarah can have said that, if you want. Modesta Lara, while we're playing on. And who do you suspect would hold such animosity for the Goldleaf Elves? We have done nothing but also maintain the security of this continent, even in our absence.
I think Lockhart and I should walk away from this table. And Myr'ra, and probably Dawn.
I don't have to say it. Do you want me to say it?
If she knows, like, I just can't move past the whole, like, if she knows all the gold leafs, I want to ask her whether she remembers an Aluben gold leaf, but I feel like that would be insanely rude to Aluben. I don't know whether I want to do that.
You currently don't feel Aluben, so
I would feel bad asking about her behind her back.
I mean, that's still something you can. It's up to you, but you could ask. Probably a good opportunity to have access to Modesta Lara if that was a question you were interested in knowing, and you could then make everyone else swear to a big super secret pinky promise that you never tell Aluben that you were talking about her to Modesta Lara. It's up to you.
I can wait so that I don't completely derail what's going on this just now.
That's okay. Yeah.
Okay. Are people okay with me saying it?
I think, I was going to say, I think Lockhart would be quite happy if you derailed this conversation.
I think it's just because we. My only thing to think about would be we don't know what is going on right now with Pride, and to say we really don't want to risk breaking the deal unless it's absolutely necessary.
But as we know from all the rumours and all the pubs, Modesta Lara could definitely take Pride. And then in all the other pubs, Pride would walk, all over Modesta Lara.
Yeah.
It's a Celestial versus a mortal. There's no contest.
The-
And then we
the
flash
only
back to
problem-
Modesta Lara incinerating 3 Farron with a thought, and then Pride getting slammed into the floor by a Farron physically. You know,
The only problem there is that Lockheart is not a Farron, Celestial, or a Devil.
yet. Not with that attitude.
And so while they might all have some sort of like fun top trumps interaction, they all stand significantly higher than any of us.
Plain, simple
So-
Lockhart.
By the time we find out which of those two wins between
Surely
them,
you were the gardener of a Celestial somewhere, right?
at that time the gardening was the most interesting part.
But yes.
I think Nori's going to bring that conversation to a close then and just say, from missions that we haven't been involved in, I would say close attention should be paid to what's going on in the world, because there is more going on than we suspect.
I think Lockhart might build a bit on that to slightly try and give a little of. I think there's a little context perhaps missing there of the fact that this isn't a like a flashpoint trying to stir something. This has been going on for a while in political terms. That the Heart Piercer isn't a new thing. So Lockhart, to that effect, sort of say, while potentially it is stirring tensions, compared with the complexities of the other continent, the Heart Piercer may be slightly more targeted in how they act and less so about the full implications of the table or simply the races behind them.
She like shifts a bit uncomfortably in her seat during that conversation. Then she says, "My duties are to my people first. If I were the first Blade's replacement officially, my duties would be to the continent first. However, there is no protocol in place to ascend me as such. This was by design, it seems, by the Ironroot King. For whatever... Yeah? There you go.
Sorry, no, finish the sentence.
Yeah, by whatever designs he had. Was it? That was all she was going to say.
Player
Yeah, we know where
agency
this is going.
moment.
I still think it's Myr'ra's job to bring that up.
But what were your thoughts, though, Sean? Have them out loud for the players, at least, if not Modesta Lara.
Oh.
We might as well have a complete conversation with her.
I think you
Long as
should
we're
probably
here.
still have your other conversation with her.
Yeah, this comes to mind. Yeah, I would still like to do that. But as long as she's bringing up Bran and Elle, you know,
I don't know, like, how did you read that?
she doesn't seem quite as
Reverend?
Yeah. reverent of him. She maybe even has a bit of dislike towards him. Maybe a bit of bitterness for kind of installing himself as benevolent dictator for life of the table and not having any contingency plans for his demise.
And then going ahead and demising. And even worse, not actually demising, but just taking a very long fucking holiday and leaving everybody else to work. Terrible leadership.
And then also making her go blind.
Yeah, also blinding her. Yep. How do you think she would feel? Right. What's her thoughts on people using souls? You've heard her thoughts on people using souls.
Yeah, she wasn't very charitable about that.
So what did Brandon do again with his entire people? The most advanced society on the planet?
I don't think he knew he was going to do that, though, right?
He knew his people were involved in the ritual, because he did leave his life kin out, remember?
I don't think he knew all of them would die. Right?
He didn't know any of them were going to die.
Yeah.
He just knew it was...
Technically, did any of them die?
Yeah, it's hard to say. I mean, yous have killed one. Cerethane's killed two. Like, Cerethane's killed two. So... And it's likely someone else at some point in their life has killed a Ferret, right? It's likely someone managed to kill one.
Is this the wrong time to bring it up? For story reasons or for Hannah not being here reasons, both are valid.
It's a group choice, I guess, right? So
yeah, I'm asking the group.
Yeah. So what's the thoughts, gang? Is it a wait for Hannah, or is it a see what Modesta does?
If we're going to mention that Brananel still lives, I think that's where tonight's episode stops. So Hannah can deal with it next time.
That's what you think?
Yeah, I don't think we should summon Brananel. It would be just mentioning him.
Even not mention that he lives.
Like,
just...
Well, like, I am proposing we tell her what we know about him, but not that we get in contact with him, summon him, or even let her know that we can get in contact with him.
Now, what you know of him is that he is alive. He wasn't really that conscious about 2 years ago. Seemingly was taken out for about 900 years by the effects of the ritual. Did kind of use all of his people up in the ritual, whether knowingly or not. Still seems kind of hypercharged by them, and wants to basically undo everything that he did to safeguard this world to bring his people back because he feels cheated. How do you think she'll take that?
Badly, but like this is a thing that's going on,
and it is in your calendar as a group. Yeah, it's in your calendar as a group. So when she was like, "What he's up to next," you're like, "So remember that guy?"
Yeah, like that question we tried to dodge earlier. Yeah,
I think it's a very interesting point to bring up, but I also do think you could bring that up with Hannah in the group with Modesta, because it's not like if you said, "By the way, we want to talk to you about Brananel." At any point in the future with Modesta, it's unlikely she'd be like, "Well, what do you have to say about this long dead king?" Do you know what I mean? Like, you're likely she'll take that call. So, and it doesn't mean to say this conversation ends here for Hannah to be part of the end of it, if that makes sense. Yeah. It just depends if you are willing to deal with the fact that you have told another person beyond the scope of your current ability to put out fires.
That is another thing. If she decides, okay, no, this is a serious threat facing the world, I must go into action immediately. If Modesta decides to go on the warpath, then we're spectators for that.
Also, if you think she's got any involvement with the Heart Piercer, which was thrown around earlier, do you trust her?
We haven't trusted her from about season 3. I don't think that's really changed much.
But realistically though, like, if you do believe that she's just said, "I have accounted for all my Goldleaf Elves," which she didn't say the Heartpiercer is not a Goldleaf Elf. She just says they're all accounted for.
Yeah, so that could be a way of saying, yeah, I know which one the Heartpiercer is, but don't worry, no one's missing. I know who all my Goldleafs are. They're all fair. They're all here. They're all
the Rugrats are in the safety pen. They couldn't be going off on adventures with Reptar and the likes. They're all accounted for. Turns their back for 1 minute. turns their blind eyes. Yep. These are just my thoughts. You just have to decide what you are willing to live with, of course. So, I think a more important question is, are you going to bring up Elven before we deal with the Brandon Elbom? Because I feel like timeline-wise that probably should happen before.
Yeah. Yes. Okay, I will. I'm going to be very particular about how much I let on.
Mhm.
But I think ultimately the opportunity probably isn't one Falkwin would want to let slip by.
Yeah, and a good way of thinking it is, tell me what the actual outcome of the conversation is you would like. What is it you'd like to have conveyed? And then we can work out how you convey it, just so it's not thinking 1, 2, 3. It's what was the finale?
I would like to... So outcomes that could potentially be good are learning a little bit about Aluben's life.
So we're not looking at possible outcomes, we're looking at what is it you want Modestlar to know.
Oh, what do I want Modestlar to know? Right,
Yeah.
yes.
Is it that Aluben's a weird disembodied spirit in your bracelet?
No.
Okay. Is it that you've had chats with another Goldleaf claiming Goldleaf elf? That, a friend?
I don't even think I want to go that far.
Okay.
I think I want to have read about or heard about, or some vague friend of a friend heard that there was someone going about in someone else's body calling themselves Aluben, or I don't know, yeah, I definitely would like to, if possible, use this as a way to find out sort of Modestalara's relationship with her people, or at the very least Aluben in particular. I'm not sure whether Aluben's going to be a representative example, but that's something that I'm looking out for in this conversation.
Okay, yeah.
Okay,
so now how do you phrase it to her? How do you broach that subject?
Do you know, or did you know, a Goldleaf elf by the name of Aluben?
And her head turns to you. It doesn't snap quickly, but it turns to give you her full attention. And she goes, I am quite aware of the Aluben.
The Aluben?
You can tell, any slight pleasantness to her face is drained. And she says, not in that kind of, oh my god, immediate severe, it's just almost like it's distasteful. Goldleaf Elven is somewhat more tricky for non-elves to grasp. However, Aluben translates to God's ambition. There was a Goldleaf elf who became the Aluben, and they were banished.
Oh, I'm so glad you asked.
When was this?
Some time ago, long before any of your lives. Be thankful you did not cross the Aluben. You would be fuel to her fire.
Indeed. In what sense? What does God's ambition mean here?
Again, you can tell, even hearing it's distasteful to her, as if, oh, you're talking about that person type vibes. Not quite the high school vibe I made that come across, but more just, like how, I guess, some people refer to certain characters from history, recent and long past. But yeah, she says, in this context, God's ambition was her aspiration. She thought herself above this mortal life, and she sought ascension to the heavens.
I'm sorry, didn't you all do that?
What was it you said there, Sean? Because you
I'm
electronic
I'm sorry, didn't you all do that?
She says, your ignorance is forgivable due to your youth.
So there is a difference between what she attempted and your own retreat into
Mirage?
Mirage, yeah.
Falkwin, if I was a god, we would not be speaking.
Oh, maybe I'm just that special.
She laughs. It's brief, but it is melodic.
Mm-hmm. So they left on poor terms with the gold leaves then?
They were exiled.
For the crime of arrogance?
For God's ambition.
I still don't know what that means.
And she did tell you what it means. It means she tried to become a god.
Yes, but what does that mean?
Yeah, I mean, that's you could have that conversation when you next speak to Elven if you want.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
That's true.
It does
Have
mean
there
that wasn't
been
her
other-
first name, though.
Mm-hmm. Sorry?
It does mean that wasn't her original name.
Yeah, indeed. Have there been other gold leaf elves who were banished?
None.
Oh. What does banishment mean for a gold leaf elf?
Death.
I see. Like eventual death or summary execution? We all die eventually, you know?
One would hope. And you can tell, like, based on her comments that she made in the previous session you were definitely there for, that comment's more about her, because she doesn't know why she's still alive. Like, she's still in this weird, like, I should be long dead, but I'm not, so my job remains. It's not like she's done anything weird to have prolonged her own life.
Yeah.
Because it definitely does seem that way to every outsider that doesn't know anything about Modesta Lara. It's like, how's she still kicking about, right? Like, that feels weird. Same with Lundaranthil. But whatever happened to them during the Fey War might be the reason why they're still around.
And how would you kill a potential god?
I would say start before they become a god. It would make things simpler.
Have any other gold leaf elves attempted this or given indication that they might be interested in attempting this or perhaps
If they
researched?
had done so, they would all be dead.
That's not an answer.
It's the answer I have given.
So this heart piercer then, is there a possibility that they could have attempted to go down the same path?
No. She seems like immovable on that point.
And this Aluben, they themselves are definitely dead?
The Aluben.
Indeed.
Yes. She is dead.
Thank you, that was very helpful.
There's like, you can tell like she's gritted her teeth. I mean, she's not showing them. You got like her, porcelain face on, but you can definitely tell. Teeth are clenched. You can tell that was not a pleasant memory for Modesta Lara.
No.
Definitely not.
She's definitely too proud to admit that she might be fallible.
Oh, 100%, yeah.
But that's useful to us. Like the fact that she's got no clue that Aluben's alive and kicking. Well, kicking alive.
Aluben had the fucking gall to appear in front of her and hand her the gem.
Yep. So despite this, she's got no clue. So for me, that does confirm that there could be some sort of.
You could say that she has some blind spots, right?
Yeah. Like, so whatever she says about them all being accounted for, whatever she says about any, like, there not being any possibility of descent in the ranks, unless the earlier thought that maybe all the gold leafs are dead anyway, unless that is true, unless she is literally the last one and she is dead and that's how she knows they would be dead. If there is a civilization of gold elves and gold leaf elves and she does know lots about them, then that tells me she's fallible enough that some of them might also be...
There's two ways to get answers for that, right? Like, two ways to get answers that aren't through Modestellara. One, get Aluben a body and see if she has a key. Two, ask the Heartpiercer, by the way, we know a Barlin you could go kill. Can you maybe open the door to Mirage, though? Just to let us in for a peek.
Ask the Heartpiercer. Yeah, we get them in speed dial.
Lockhart's met them. Lockhart gets his ring back and actually gets it charged. Lockhart could, in theory, send a message to the Heartpiercer.
Ooh, that would be fun.
Or just go to their Arcanatrix and ask for a cipher to contact them.
You ask for like tracking cipher. I mean, like, I'm gonna call them and know where they are.
Keep them on the scroll for 30 seconds. They must be reading the scroll for 30 seconds, otherwise we can't trace the location. But yes. Anything else you want to ask, Modestellara?
No, I think that sums it up. I don't think she's going to be useful for anything else.
Wow. Anyone else?
I don't think she'll give useful answers to anything else I ask.
Kalli, anything else you want to ask Modi?
No.
Lockhart? I'll come back.
I mean, I think there's various like idle chat that Lockhart probably would have that isn't really going to go anywhere, but there's probably things we can say that he said. I guess somewhat pointed to be the only one was sort of like just kind of thinking like does she wish she had a blade?
You can ask her that if you want.
This is mostly just kind of idle musings. I don't think it's going to drive the plot any further.
That's okay. But you can still ask.
Well, I think pretending that it's similar to what we were talking about. Lockhart sort of mentioned you mentioned that were you to sit fully as at the table instead of behind it, would you wish to do so in the way I believe the first blades is, or intended simply as themselves, or do you think having a blade as its own object is a greater show of leadership?
I have been a figurehead my entire existence, Lockhart. I was born into quite prominent royalty. I am a survivor of a war that has scarred this world, and myself. I'm not above admitting that. As you well know, the symbolism of being a figurehead has quite some power and reach. If I were to ascend to sitting at the table, it would not hold the same authority if I were to become the new First Blade. if you see my difference. Or my distinction, I should say, if you see my distinction. My aspiration would be to become the first blade, not merely an elf sat at the table, or behind it. And I do not mind telling you, if I became the first blade, I would dismantle the table.
Well, I guess that answers the follow-up question of how you would appoint the successor without having a physical blade. There would be no need for such.
No,
Well,
the table has served its purpose, and only complicates political matters moving forward. Not all of the table members' aspirations align. We should not be thinking as one. It diminishes this continent.
the blades in the table seem to have served the purpose of keeping the did we say this continent was Cascade, or is that not the world?
No, the world is Cascade. This continent's Kale.
Kale.
Yeah.
Of keeping Kale, of preserving Kale in the face of the Fae. They might not be the only threat that could face Kale. You think it would be better served in the constituent members' own individual solutions to such a problem?
I think by the time the council had made a decision, the damage would be done, Lockhart. I feel if people were able to enact significant action in their defense of their territories without deliberation, we would be better suited to defend ourselves and our people. I think this, of course, as a councillor of the Grand Council.
And that carries much weight. I muse that the slow, deliberate, not even always particularly correct decision has its significant drawbacks, but the overall strength behind such moves is also considerable. That constituent nations might make a rapid and pointed action, but alone, without the strength of the entirety of Kale behind it.
I think if there was a threat to emerge that was as significant, Kale would unite, if only in memory of the council that once stood united. I do not simply think that one country would let another fall to an enemy that would threaten it also, but I do feel that that particular country would be able to take action immediately and not fear judgment from other peers. My concerns would be the other continent's agenda, however. Felix is in the process of becoming united. This is a problem, but not today's problem, Lockhart.
The events of today would potentially serve as precedent for individual rulers, blade wielders at that, making such decisions. Is that why you gave the verdict that you did? Or was that part of the influence behind the verdict that you gave?
Did you believe I thought you were guilty of your crimes? Yes, you were guilty of crimes. Did I think that mattered? No. When I heard you all speak, you were all resolute in your beliefs that you had done the correct thing, and these were not selfish acts that you enacted on behalf of this continent. You had the continent's well-being in mind. Your queen spoke as a queen. She wished self-governance. Also, why should others influence how she protects her people? The Fae was in her territory. It was her jurisdiction as far as I'm concerned. The threat to the world seemed not to be. Why would I vote guilty?
I think Lockhart might as well. So yes.
And yeah, we end there, I guess. We end on, so yes. What would you like to call this session?
Oh.
I would like to quote everything Modesta Lara said, because I fucking love Modesta Lara, because she's one of those people that even when she agrees with you, you kind of be like, stop being a dick. But yes, please put your suggestions in to this chat.
I feel like player agency moment is a valid title for any session these days.
Just any session, yeah. You can see the value in a player agency one, I think, though, right? Because I feel it's a nice way of keeping our table on the same page. Because it's a nice way of saying, do you mind if I disagree with everything we've already agreed to? Because I want this to happen now, and people can have to go, no, that sounds like a good thing for your character to do. It's nice to have that option, rather than just feeling like you've blindsided people. So yeah, but no, I don't disagree. I don't mind, because the last 3 or 4 sessions have been very trial theme heavy, or info seeking heavy. Yeah, I don't mind that as a thing, because a lot of big decisions had to happen with a lot of very important people. I'm just gonna do that because I think it's more interesting if Hannah doesn't know the results.
Okay.
As much as I nearly typed that. Let's put it that way. But I stopped myself halfway through and went, no, I think it's better if Hannah doesn't see that. Makes it more interesting. Any other suggestions? If not, please vote. And our options currently are so yes, the Elven, iron is forged in fire, iron left untouched, God's ambition, the weight of iron laws. Very, very good. Very, very good. Holiday Island. I love how when you mentioned oh yeah, we're probably going to go to other continents. Yes, you should totally do that. Get the fuck away from this continent.
Go away. It's off.
Any other votes? Hey! That's easy. I'm just going to vote for my one, obviously. Okay, so God's Ambition's the one that is went with. It was a tie between Iron Left Untouched and God's Ambition. I think that's quite a good, poignant one for, obviously, a player to be like, oh, I'm going to catch up on this session called God's Ambition. I wonder what my fellow players got up to. Quite good for Hannah to see that as a title. But yes. Any goals complete?
Well, we got through the trial without dying. Was that even officially on the goals list?
Well, we had compel the narrative to favour Vermi and not lead to war. Okay.
Yeah, I think we're there.
And
I think we got that.
No, I'd say that was done. We can all agree that has happened, because you did compel the narrative. You all gave fucking amazing speeches. So, we all rolled well. Anything else come up? Or is that the main thing? It was definitely the focus of the session.
Iron laws have not been updated.
No.
Sloth and Branonel have not entered the frame.
Almost, though. I think that's it. from what I can tell, because we've not got the last piece of the fetch quest. We don't know anything more about Master Amblin. Serethane has as many question marks as I'm willing to give him. Count Contream is busy off dreaming of being Emperor, and yeah, we've got obviously you still to cut out Alban. Stop the Heartpiercer
I maybe want some question marks on her.
I mean, yeah.
I trust Alban.
Yeah.
I mean, I've always known that she's had some past. And she's clearly not told me about it, so that comes with its own kind of well, okay, you're in a bracelet, so you know life can't have been great.
Yeah. Well, we'll explore that in about 2 seconds once we've dealt with XP for this. So everybody can get XP for having compelled the narrative, because I think that's valid. The trial happened, and you've got a not guilty.
Oh.
Yeah. Yeah. It could have went the other way. Just so you know. I didn't write which verdict I wanted. I wrote down what verdict made sense based on how fucking well you've rolled, because you've got a 28, a nat 20, so whatever on top of that, that would have been a 29 and a 21. Just so you remember what you've all rolled for your speeches. Dear gods. Yeah. So yeah, it turns out you've all hung out with Lockhart too much.
That's true.
But yes, you've all marked your XP. Good. Can we start with Falkwin? Let's start with you and the wrap-up chat, because I think that's probably quite poignant since some revelations.
I'm almost tempted to add Aluben question mark to the goals list.
Surely you mean the Aluben.
Yes. Yeah, there's some stuff there. I ultimately trust her. She's made allusions to having made mistakes in her past. Regrettable things. Not enjoying the fact that she doesn't have a body, this sort of thing. I think if she could go back and undo it and go back to just being an elf in an elf's body, I think she'd prefer that. So I'm sympathetic. But yeah, she's clearly got some history. I would like to learn her history. I find it very, very interesting that whatever kind of connection that Modesta Lara is alluding to having with the other elves, she doesn't have with Aluben.
Yeah.
I honestly don't know whether that means that all the gold leafs are dead and Modesta Lara is just talking around that. And that's how she can know how they all are doing, because it's very easy to know everything about zero things. Or maybe there really are gold leaves alive and she really does know lots about them all.
I just love the amount of conspiracies you've got about Modesta Lara. It's like there's something going on. She's shifty somehow. She can't be on our side now. She can't be.
So like, as far as the Heartpiercer goes, if the Heartpiercer is a gold leaf, then the options are they are someone outside of the gold leaf establishment, if you like Aluben, or they're someone inside the gold leaf establishment and they're operating with or without Modesta Lara's consent. It's hard to know which that would be. Or there is no gold leaf establishment and Modesta Lara is just blustering around the fact that she's the last of her kind.
Yeah.
There's a lot of options here. So, actually, can we get some, in the goals, can we get some just question marks around gold leafs in general? Like, there's a whole wide world of stuff to explore there.
Yeah, I can add something in, yep.
But yeah, that's what I'm living for at the moment.
Yeah,
the gold leaf conspiracies.
And Dinosaur Island, of course, right?
It's taking a backseat. Like, if it's between dinosaurs, gold leafs, and the moon, you know, hard to rate the top two, but I know what's in third.
Oh, that's funny. Okay, yeah, thank you. Nori.
I came into this week's session thinking we weren't going to escape out of that room. My first question to, here we go again, Modesta Lara,
There you go, yeah.
was going to be, am I now your enemy? That was going to be my question, and that's why I said, that would be easier just to let her leave the room. That's why I started with it. But that's where my head was, thinking that she was the heart piercer.
Right.
Thinking that that's where all this was leading. Don't know if I'm happy that we didn't go that far, but the right thing for not having to create a new character for us all.
Yeah, it's like, change places! Meanwhile, that murder scene happens, we're over here with the new party.
Exactly. On Dinosaur Island.
Yeah.
It was just one of those weird ones when we finished it last week. I could see Nori just sitting there. But they killed my mother and I'm supposed to sit back and take it? No. Other than that, this week has been fun again. The speeches we all came up with, especially Kalli, that was just brilliant. That was up there. We all did well.
Yeah.
The rolls again, ones and everything in between. The dice either love us or hate us. It's brilliant.
It's always fun. Yeah, always fun results.
And to be found not guilty, surprised me. Really did.
Did
Pride
the guilty
twisted.
votes? Yeah, because there was obviously 2 guilty votes. Douglas DeGale and Pride.
Douglas DeGale's the easy one to think because whether he's playing the silly fool, if we're found guilty, he stays king.
I mean, husband and
Well,
wife
that one
voted the
didn't
same
work.
way. That's all I've got to say.
Yeah, exactly. Pride, on the other hand, Pride came as a shock.
Yeah.
But more so because I would happily have spilt his secret if the elves would have voted against us as well. I would have made sure that everybody was going to burn.
What would have been a
That was
better
the only
nuclear
way.
option? In Bran and El, or pissing off Pride?
It's a toss-up, right? You can do both. See what happens. What's better than 1 nuke? 2 nukes.
Why not both?
Yeah, why not both?
Yeah. So yes, again, this week was a touch and go between the characters actually surviving it in 2 different instances, but all
Yeah.
good.
Hi, I mean, if nothing else, you know a lot more about Modesta Lara, and it's a character that you have had kind of on like a pinboard to be like, don't know enough to have comfort yet. And I don't know if that's been attained yet or not, but it definitely seems like you are way more in the loop than most people regarding her.
And the thing is, up until last week, Nori's thoughts of Modesta.
Yeah, Modesta Lara. Yep.
Yes. Was neutral.
Yeah.
Because she's still an elven queen.
Mm-hmm.
Why would she be in that position if she wasn't for the...
Yeah.
From an elven point of view, I had her on a pedestal until last week. It's now going the other way again, back to neutral. But
Well, they did say don't meet your heroes, right?
Yep.
So yeah, it's been good. No, it's been good. I am enjoying, like, not quite volatile Nori, but just Nori that feels like they've grown up a bit more beyond their kind of happy-go-lucky, childish, impish like behavior. It's more a case of now that things like the heart piercing stuff became more real for you, it brought back that kind of severity from your backstory of actually no, I should be dealing with that. I shouldn't be running from it. So it has been interesting. It's been a really nice change in Nori's like behavior. It's fit really well. I think even if it seems volatile, it's definitely been interesting to RP up against.
He's just gone through elven puberty.
It's my hormones, damn it! Yeah. Thank you. Lockhart.
Yeah, I mean, I think we'll all echo a similar sentiment in the next bit, but just like the Kalli speech was so good. And like I think we all put some good words in that really fitted all of our characters really well. But then I was like, I'm so glad that Ignysera is not a speaker, because Lockheart would be out of a job.
I would be terrified of any speaker that could put Lockhart out of a job with the kind of numbers he can roll.
Yeah, but right there.
But on that note as well, sorry to interrupt. I imagined Ignysera, although she was saying that she doesn't speak amongst humans very often and things like that, I imagined her staring right at Uncle, and that's where she was getting that strength from to speak in front of everybody. Sorry.
Good old Colburn, been there as a big supporter of Uncle.
Yeah.
I think probably the thing that surprised me most was just Douglas turning up. So I think we had just assumed that because Vermi was on trial, it meant that the third blade was being discounted, and not that the regent would get a chance to show up. And I loved then that I think it was Falkwin who was just like, he shouldn't be allowed to give a vote. And at first I was like, but it'll probably go our way. And I was like, oh no, you're totally right. Yeah, we should have maybe contested that one. But then when they did vote against, I was like, okay, I think he's not going to vote against on his own. And I don't think he'd be influenced by any of the elves. So clearly it's probably Pride that's poked him into voting.
Who knows him the best?
Exactly.
Pride was married to him for 2 years.
So that when then Pride voted guilty, that didn't surprise me, because we'd had that primer. But it did give me an expectation that probably it was calculated in some way. And again, we don't know, this could be an overreach, but it felt like Pride was playing the game, and is potentially helping make it look more legitimate. And I do wonder a little bit how the gold, or just how the three elves. It's like, did Silverthorn is like, now I know you don't want to do this, but not guilty. Yes, not guilty. Wait, what? Why are we agreeing? But then getting a closer encounter with Modesta Lara again in a different space, quite figuratively and literally there, where we all could be a bit more informal and talk a bit more to her instead of being counselor or queen, and getting her motivations, and just be like, nope, just melt the table, not worth it.
And like, she seems to totally agree. It's kind of gives more insight, even if she was like, no, like all of you spoke with passion, all of you had conviction, all of you agreed with me, basically, is how she put that across. She was like, these are all that's how I think. We should be making our own goddamn decisions about our people. And she did. She just moved all our people away. She didn't consult MD about that. She was like, no, I'm doing what's right for my people.
I'm done.
Yeah,
and
like...
Well, I think also echo a bit of Falkwin, of the like, she very confident about all subjects. There's one very easy way to be confident about all your subjects when it's a very round number. So
the roundest number.
Indeed. So I did get a similar idea for that. So we'll see. And just kind of dismiss it like Arcana checks. Devils. Like put a little bit of respect on Master Gamble.
Yeah, like, yeah, she doesn't seem that taken by, Arcanatrix nonsense or, Barlen deal-making, people that fuck around with souls. Like, it's like she's very respectful of the natural order things are meant to follow. But she's a living example of something that's broke that, so maybe that's why she clings to that, right? Because, she's hoping she will one day no longer still be alive, right? It's not like she's wanting to die, but she's like, I've been around too long, I know this. But while I'm here, it's my job to rule my people. So, yeah. She's almost like a oddly reluctant queen at this stage. And it's like, oh, if you had all the power, what would you do? I would dismantle all of it. Like, it can all go away because it's done its job. I agree. Everything's done. Even when it kind of maybe reframes the light of how she put across her opinion about Cairo can just go home. Like, that happened. We're here now. So yeah, it's good. Any other thoughts, Lockheart? Kalli, silver-tongued.
Oh, hi.
Yes.
Oh, it was so fun. It was so good. I felt a little bit like it brought me back a little bit to the Cadence game with Crumbar's trial.
Yep.
And I was like, oh,
Yep.
what's gonna go on here? I thought it was funny. At the end, like, you had like interference from gods. I was like, haha.
Yep.
We did.
Gods of justice, you say?
But yeah, it was so fun. I really enjoyed the trial, and yeah, I just had a little bit of a scribble down of what I was gonna say. I need prep time, so it was good.
No, it was really good. It was really, really fucking good.
Oh.
I literally wrote very good speech when I was taking note of everyone's. So,
yeah, it was really good. I'm really interested in Pride, in how they voted. I just wonder, like, whether it was either calculated, really, really calculated, or it was just a fuck you, Vermi, and there was like nothing in between. So I'm like, I'm not sure which way. But that was really good. I was going to say something else and I've forgotten what it was. Never mind. Talking to Rodestellara was really interesting, mostly about Aluban. I'm really, really glad that you asked about Aluban, because that was a lot of really like meaty info that we got for that.
yeah.
Yeah, that was a fun way to finish.
I'm glad you asked about it. It's been information that you could only really get from somewhere without doing lots of work with Aluben to get her to reveal anything like that. So yeah, it was really
and also
fun.
like maybe because we're in this place, Aluben won't know that you asked this as well. So now you have knowledge about her that she doesn't know.
Yeah.
Yeah, I really enjoyed this episode. I'm really excited to see what we do next. Whether we do just go to Dinosaur Island, or whether we look into more on the.
I mean, yeah, the agenda is pretty open, to be honest. Like, we've got that. Any other thoughts? No, it was very, very good. Yeah, I like, obviously as GM, it's always a delight when it's like the conclusion of something that's built up for quite a while. It was nice to see you guys all pretty much knock it absolutely out of the park. Like, it was really, really good. And yeah, I think it was important for there to be like a capstone on like the Modestellara conversation that we'd had previously. I think it was interesting. It was like almost like teasing a conversation and thoughts and stuff, and like her being presented in almost a caricature style way. I like wanted there to be more depth to that at a suitable time. She obviously just decided it was a suitable time as you were walking the corridors. That was very good. I think I know how the vote's going to go, but we're going to go through the motions anyway. So, yeah. Kalli, where would your experience be awarded?
I would give it to Nori because he was very doing what Nori would do. Like, this is exactly what I would do. I would stand on this bit, and just his kind of see where the emotions came and went as he kind of went along, which was really interesting. I really like that.
Oh, good. Nori?
Sorry, everything went quiet for me. I've got no idea what was just said. It just all falls
That's
off.
okay. I was just asking, who would you give the XP to for this week?
Oh, Ignysera. I think we all done brilliant, but that speech was just fantastic.
Yeah, that was very good. Falkwin?
I can't choose. I think everyone did great.
Sorry,
I don't think I've done that before. I think I've always.
But if you had to choose.
No, I don't want to, though. I really don't want to. Kalli did great. Alexander did great. Chris did great. I think I did okay.
No, I think genuinely, you all did great. Like, I would struggle to pick one person, although I wouldn't, because I would give it to Kalli personally. Because I think just the very fact that I wrote down very good speech meant that's where I wanted my XP to go, if I was awarding XP. But that's not my job, that's why I'm asking you. Keep in mind, you can give it to yourselves, that's not arrogant, that's just actually owning your roleplay skills as well.
I've got no qualms about giving it to Kalli.
Okay.
It was a good speech.
Yeah. Lockhart?
Yeah, not a question.
Yeah, pride, right? Douglas to go. Nice to see a first arc NPC come back up though on the screen. That was nice for me, at least. Good old Douglas. Yeah. Kalli, I think that's pretty obvious.
Thank you.
Yeah. Very good. Yeah, I am excited for Hannah to return and find out she's not guilty. I was probably of this crime. Oh yeah, there's many more crimes that we're going to overlook currently.
So many crimes.
Yeah,
the things we haven't been caught for yet.
It was so good that she wasn't here to roll her one in her speech, because that is something we will always be robbed of, but it lives on perfectly in our memories.
That would have been so good.
And suddenly we have to deal with
needs
that.
to make her roll.
Like a post roll, post decision roll.
Yeah.
Like what would have
just
happened.
To make sure.
Yeah. I mean, we could just say it was a 1, right, in our hearts. Lives on that way. But no, again, excellent session. I'm quite excited the trial's done, I'll be honest. I think it's not that we spent enough time on it, I just think we spent the exact amount of time that was good to have covered enough continental thinking shifts that needed to happen to this content. You've put enough ideas in enough important people's heads that things may change in the global politics of this world, which is probably quite good. We will find out. But yes, scheduling will be interesting going forward, but we'll see what we can manage. Say goodbye, everybody.
Goodbye, everybody.
Goodbye, everyone.
Thanks for playing, everyone.